Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Difficult Research. We're waiting for the trial to get started this morning, and Krisha will be here shortly. So I just wanted to let everybody know that we are live and gather around, invite everybody. This channel is Difficult Research. It's run by Krisha K. Easton, who is a family member. She is J.J. Ballow's aunt. Krisha K is Kay Woodcock's daughter. And we are here to support the family. That's what we do here. We're trying to get justice for them all and support the family. And everybody come on in. We're all excited. We think maybe David Warwick will be on next. We're not really sure of that. Can you guys hear me? Is the sound okay this morning? We got the allergy season down here, and I'm wanting to scratch my nose all the time. Check my sound. I don't want to blow y'all out with my sound because we have to turn it up whenever the trial starts because John Pryor. Anyway, I have been wanting to share so many things with y'all about what's going on and talk to everybody about what they've learned so far. Jeff H., my name is Donna Donald, and I am a mod for Krisha K. She will be here just shortly. And Krisha is Kay and Larry Woodcock's daughter. She's JJ's biological aunt. She was there the day he was born. And her brother is Todd Trahan, and that is JJ's biological father. And so we're here to support them. And everybody put in the chat where you're from, just as put where you're from and where you were at when you first heard about JJ and Tolly being missing. Morning, Rachel Carter, Jeff H., Deneen Hester, Littlegate Buggins, A Dose of Reality, Jen Lou. I want to encourage everybody who is not a subscriber to please subscribe to Krisha K because we want to support them. And, you know, people ask for donations and this and that. But if not everybody can donate, but everybody can like and subscribe and share. That doesn't cost you anything. And it helps the algorithms to put it out to everybody. Okay. Robin Hedrel is from the Netherlands. Rachel Carter's from Ohio. Alex Cargay was from Pennsylvania. Deneen Hester is from southeastern North Carolina. MK is from Minnesota. Armageddon, is from Alabama. I'm going to come back to you, Armageddon. Lori C. is from Canada, I believe. Carolina Hurtago is from Fontana, California. A Dose of Reality, Jen Lewis from Florida, where the sun's shining. Lil Kate Buggins is from London, UK. In Rome, Italy. Oh, she was in Rome, Italy when she heard and knew about the children all those years ago. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think I was sitting right here where I am now when I heard about the kids missing. I may have been at work, but I work for news media, and so I saw the story early on. Susan Gerbois is from Mesa, Arizona. She's in the belly of the beast over there. Betsy Barn is from Perth, Scotland, UK. Angela Davison is from Canada. Hello, everyone. Diane Wade was here, and she first heard about it on YouTube, and she's from the Cincinnati area. All Crime with Andy is in Maine. Clancy says she was in Oklahoma. I can't recall when I first heard about the missing, but I do recall when they were found, and I was listening to Gigi's podcast. I saw, I was like watching them all. I would just like type in the, Chad and Lori Daybell or children buried in the backyard, whatever. And I got to see Gigi and Left Undone and Hidden True Crime and the L Mom. And I followed all of these people, and that's how I find Kresha. Kresha was on, I don't remember, she was on a couple of different podcasts with different people, and I searched her out. Okay. It's flying by. See, Jeff H said, what is Gigi? Gigi, okay. Gigi's podcast is called Pretty Lies and Alibis. Yes, Pretty Lies and Alibis. And she had a co-host whose name was Fruit Loop. And they were just adorable together. And I thought, oh my gosh, I cannot live without Fruit Loop. But Gigi is carried on by herself. And Fruit Loop has another mission, which is wonderful too. She's like, it helps with children. I'm not sure exactly what the mission is, but it's needy children. Susan Honaker was born in South Central Missouri. Oh my gosh, South Central Missouri. Okay. How far is that from Branson? I've been to Branson. I've been to Branson and St. Louis. And accidentally, when I was going to Kentucky one time, accidentally crossed the bridge and was in Missouri inadvertently. No, I was not driving and was not drinking. I still don't remember how we got there. Let's see. Sometimes we forget that everybody doesn't not know everything about. Okay, Vix Tex says, I love Scotland. Hope to have another visit there next year. I've never been to Europe, or I've never been out of the country except for a cruise, if that really counts. But never been to California, never been to Arizona. Maria P says she started to follow KJ and the Rays. Yes, how could I forget to mention KJ and the Rays? I started following KJ and the Rays, and it may have been KJ that got me with Krisha. I'm not real sure. Okay, so Maria P, y'all told KJ where to find Krisha. Good job, Maria P. See, we all had a part in this in a little kind of way. In a little kind of way, we did. And am I obsessed about it? Yes. What are we going to do? Find justice for little children? I had someone talk to me yesterday. It's someone that I think a lot of, who all but scolded me for being involved in true crime and the whole thing. And he called me Nancy Grace, even though he's never seen what we do. And I tried to explain to him that there are a lot of vultures that are in the true crime genre. There are lots of vultures. And I certainly wouldn't want to ever come off as Nancy Grace. But I told him that we're different. Ours is different because ours is about the family. And KJ was always about the family too. And I'm not to say that the others weren't. The others weren't. They're making a career, out of true crime. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're very interested in it, you got an analytical mind and a good speaking voice, then there's no reason why you can't do that. I'm not sure how good it is for your mental capacities to stay soaked in it for decades, but I feel like that because we all started when they were just looking for Tylee and JJ, that we bonded with people that we had never met before because we had a common goal. We were working for a common goal. Of course, our common goal was to bring the children home, and we did not find the things we wanted along the journey. But anytime people come together with a common goal, they do make a bond. And it's very important that we have that. And I think that there are some channels who nurture that, and we appreciate you very much. And I mean, when it gets down to it, for everybody, for the podcasters, it's all about the money, honey. And my friend, he was like, uh-oh, let me go over here and refresh this. We don't want to miss nothing. All right. It's a hard, it's a slim line. It's a line there because you don't want to be like using the family to make money, clickbait, I mean, the things that pick at your heart are the things that are the clickbait. But if they're sincere or they're contrived, if they're sincere, but if they're contrived, not so much, I guess. It's, gosh, that's manipulating. But, it's just hard. It really is. Maria P. says that she's from Semi Valley, California. And Maria P., we appreciate it. And you have helped in this journey that we're going through to get to justice. And I'm not sure I really understand Pryor's, how Pryor thinks that this defense will maybe it will get him out of death. I don't know. But how to get, disprove, like, he was in it. He was in it. And by saying that all of these things he's surely not, I mean, maybe he is. Boy, that's a long stretch for him to say that all of this was a Mormon church stuff. And maybe he's going to say, for the sake of freedom of religion, you have to let them kill children for their sacrifices. I don't think so. Even religion can't be killing people. But they're doing it, I guess, in different ways. Don't get me started with that. Yes. Let me look for new comments. I'm thinking that it's going to start very soon. Jean P. says, I've been supporting Cresha, Kay, and Larry since the beginning of this case. KJ has been a rock helping us. Yes, KJ has been and KJ is a rock to the family. And I suspect it's because she talks to the Lord a lot. Uh-oh, I'm not sure what's going on with my Wi-Fi and my stuff. I was like, it looked like it was fading. Was I buffering when that was going on? I've never seen that before. We were searching for Gannon Stotch missing in Colorado Springs when I heard about JJ and Tylee missing. It's just, Robbie says, it's a reoccurring theme I've been hearing on the internet from Mormon apologists, people bringing up other religions. But this is not about other religions. You're right. It's not. I just don't know how. I want to hold Chad responsible. I don't want to let him up off the carpet for nothing. And should the church say y'all quit handing out that? I mean, they don't even have to say that, because they're not handing out the book. And probably if somebody went and asked their bishop, should I read the book, and they'd probably tell them no. But they need to say it from the stands. If they can tell you what kind of underwear to put on, they can tell you not to read a book that's going to cause you to kill somebody. It's just how I see it. Allegedly, in my opinion. Don't sue me. It's just, Robbie said, Lori and Chad will be held responsible. The church is complicit. Chad's coven is still operational, and they're just new leaders now. I believe that. It's just, Robbie, I believe that. Janine Hester says, I hate to say this, but Melanie Gibb actually hurt the prosecution. I believe he is after Melanie Gibb and should be. Well, I know Melanie Gibb had a part in it. And, that case, I don't know how many of you watched or paid any attention to that Chumley case, where the parents got manslaughter for the 4 children that died in a school shooting because they bought the child a gun and didn't really oversee him, and he was mentally ill and they weren't taking care of him. However, it made them complicit. It's like you said, that there was a chance that things that they could have done would have stopped it. And it's the same thing with Melanie G. Maybe she couldn't have seen it till Crumbly. That's it. Maybe she couldn't have seen it till Charles died. But once Charles died and he just didn't pass out and his spirit left him, she knew that what was going on. Praying for zombies to die all over the United States, for God's sakes. Let's see. Let me back up. That looked like a good comment, and I want to read it. It said, Lisa Hayes says, doesn't matter what Melanie Gibb said. Chad is still going down. Yes, ma'am, you're right. He hasn't been heard asking Lori once where the kids are. Never acted concerned. The alone is damning. That alone is damning. He has done. To the fact that he said that he wasn't coming back when they hadn't found the kids and they hadn't told him what was going on. He knew. Oh my gosh. And I just feel like that, I'm hoping that the jury is not confused. But if the jury acts like the jury in Lori's trial, they could see through it completely. And I've heard them say, wonder why Melanie and all these other people are not in jail too. A Dose of Reality with Jen Lou says, Melanie did hurt them a little, in my opinion, but she didn't take away from Chad's level of culpability to the jury. However, she did implicate herself far more than in Lori's trial. That's right. She did. She did. And let's see. Have your coffee ready for David Warwick to take the stand. I know it. I wish I had some Irish curry for some coffee when David Warwick takes the stand. Woo! He's nerve-wracking enough, but now that Pryor's going to be. I wonder what they're taking so long now. Okay, it's just Robbie says, the LDS Bishop Charles Codd could have stopped all of this. I think so too. It's just Robbie, because he was there with Charles and told Charles all that stuff and the police. And you know, this is another thing I've noticed is the semantics thing. Like Melanie Gibb, when she was on the stand, and Pryor asked her about, let's see, the seven, I don't remember whether it's 7 witnesses or 7, but he didn't use the right word. 7 was the right number, but oh no, she couldn't say, oh, do you mean this? No, she's like, nope, that's not in it. Never heard of that. But she knew. She knew. And probably there's people in the jury that knew too. You know, John Pryor is so sassy and thinks he is so smart, but he needs to use the right words because these people are, it's like this whole thing about there are multiple probations. But if you was to say that's reincarnation, oh, we don't believe in reincarnation. Well, it's not the same thing, but it's the same concept. And if I'm in the ballpark, will you at least help me and not let me just drown in my own ignorance over here? They use special coded language so that they can like lie with impunity. They're lying, and it doesn't count as lying because they didn't say the right word. Like the word, you know, rapture. Maybe they don't use rapture about going to heaven or resurrection. I don't know. I don't know the right words. I don't even know the right words for the religion I was raised in anymore. I am going to go right now and I'm going to refresh the screen to make sure that something hadn't happened and I'm on the wrong page. Oh, there it still is. Okay. Also, y'all talk amongst yourselves. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to get on the Twitter machine and see if anybody is reporting anything from the courtroom. Oh, I forgot Nate Eaton's not going to be there today, y'all. But he's going to, so we're going to have to, we'll be on our own. Well, let's see. Let's see. Nope, we don't know. We don't know. Fancy Nancy wants to know if KJ slept in her new car, her new birthday present car. Ravina Denver says Nate is one of the biggest apologists covering the story. Yes, he is. And Nate is on is like in the Caribbean at a wedding or something today. So Nate won't be sending any tweets. KJ says, Fancy, it's not big enough. It's a 2-seater with a small seat in the back. That was some kind of car. It's really pretty, KJ. Carolina, her Tato says, I was so relieved to see Ruby, Frankie, and Jody Ilbert get sentenced. The LDS bishop had given Jody a blessing also. Why and how? Can he higher ups bless these vile, evil people? Frankie's kids are saying, well, you know, I think they like call themselves like repenting and getting. Okay, Hope Grace. Hope Grace, do you know the name of the person who is that's covering for him? Put it in the chat if you do. Oh, coveting, yeah. Fancy says that her Danny is coveting KJ's car. I saw something. It was like, I don't have what is the name of that thing? There's another thing that's sort of like YouTube, but it's not YouTube. It's, I forgot the name of it, but it's another social media video platform. And I saw some videos from Frankie's oldest boy, Chad Frankie. And he, what was it I was going to tell you that he said? Oh, he said somebody asked him how long did he think his mother needed to stay in jail. And he said that he thinks that his mother should not get out of jail before Eve is 18, that Eve needs to at least be an adult whenever Ruby is let out of jail. I thought that was, whatever. I thought that was thoughtful thinking on his part, that he would want the baby sister to at least be an adult when Ruby's able to be out of jail. He totally blames Jody. He does not blame the church. He doesn't see it that way. But I just want to say this too about people who are in high control religions. When they wake up, it's not an instant, I know everything was wrong and I know, all about what happened, because you don't. You're in cognitive dissonance. You've got this whole body of information in your head that you put a lot of stock in for a long time, maybe a lot of money. And you just like, it hurts to have to let go of that and just throw it out, So it's little by little. So while Melanie Gibb thinks that she's, quote, out of the cult, she is not out of the cult, because it's like a church within a church, a cult within a cult, layers of it. And Twitch is the one I'm talking about. Twitch, yes. So Ravenna Denver, Chad Frankie has a Twitch account, and I'm not on Twitch, but somebody had like made a video, and they're like playing a video game. The people are playing a video game, and chatters are asking questions, and they're donating money to Chad to answer them. So like he was like, within reason, if you ask me questions, I'll answer them for like $5 and $10 and that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't really approve, but on the other hand, somebody else is making money off of answering these questions and going to like replay Chad answering the question, and they're making money. So it might as well be the family. That's all I know. So what's going on here? TC says, KJ says, TC, according to the laws out in Utah, they go into prison with a range of time, and then the pro board makes the final decision on the pro. I see. Rachel Carter, Carolina says, I listened to the oldest son. I believe your comment. Let's see. I listened to the oldest son on the channel called, I can't remember. Yes, he asked, I think they asked him to sing, and he pulled up the lyrics to that Low Rider apple bottom jeans thing, and he sang that. He just mainly, he read the words, and people paid him for that, and just, so, like I said, they were giving him money to do it, and I was like, okay. It looks like my internet is lagging today, y'all, and so refresh. Okay. We don't want to miss nothing. Yikes. Festus Mom, good morning. I know it. KJ says she hates typing out the words that it takes to describe all this. I know it, KJ. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm reading the comments and TC says, KJ, how long do you think it'll be before they go before the parole board? I don't know. I hope it'll be a while because I don't believe Ruby. Frankie did say that he thought his mother was sincere in her long drawn out speech she gave. But he also said he didn't think she should get out of jail. So Ravina Denver says, if it was just Chad, I'd send him money, but he's begging for Kevin. I'm not giving him neglectful head of sand ass a dime. Oh, what? Go get a job like the rest of us. I certainly won't be giving Chad, Frankie, any money to sing apple bottom jeans. But, and he's moving out. This is also what Chad has been living with his dad, and he is moving out with his buddies. The guys that he was playing the game with are going to be his roommates. And they were like, his friends were going, I can't believe that they're giving you money to answer these questions about your family. And they was like, you need to go get an OnlyFans page. He said, I am not doing that. Oh, they wanted him to like take a picture of his abs and his muscles and stuff like that. Poor kid. Kevin Frankie says that Jody was possessed by demons, you think? And then he just left his kids there with him. That's the deal, though, KJ. He thinks that Jody was possessed. Well, maybe he didn't think that when he left him there. I got to give people the grace if they're waking up. Takes a little while. Yes, I said abs. I said abs. I don't have any, but he did. But the picture that he sent him, I think, was like a silhouette picture, and you could see his muscles on his arms, but he was dark in a shadow, so you couldn't really see. You couldn't count his abs. I didn't see the pictures, y'all. Thinking I was just trying to hear about his family. I didn't really want to hear him sing even. Ches Lemire says she first heard about the kids in the fall of 2019. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Heidi's mind says, Gene P., I was thinking the 7 gatherers could be the people in the large circle. We know Melanie, Gibb, Jason Mao are both gatherers, so there are others forming a smaller circle that serve in a higher order. I think that the 7 gatherers, 7 witnesses, or whatever is a book, but I'm not sure. Rhonda says Caitlin, Kalama, Andrea in place of Nate. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Rhonda. Jean P says, Donna, remember when Alex paid Kobe $100 to read Chad's books? That's how bad a writer Chad is. Oh my gosh. You can just have too much encouragement of bad stuff. Ches Lemire says he first heard about this from Left Undone. Deneen Hester says Lindsay Blake is a Mormon as well. A Dose of Reality says, don't Google Seven Gatherers. You'll get a magic game of gathering. I thought that was Adam's son. I think that is Adam's son, Zach. Carolyn A says, let's get justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe. That's why we're here. Sure are. Support the family. Get justice for these people. Someone wrote in a chat that Kobe is there today. Deanie Lenny says, probably like-minded people and avowing preparing a people with C and L beliefs. Carolina Hertio says, yes, all the people who are involved with Chad, Lord, continue to practice their bizarre religious beliefs and are all dangerous. Ravina says, oh, way back. They're flying by. Ravina says to Lamecia, my husband is a manly man, and men like Kevin really confuse me. If you did anything even similar to our kids, you'd be lucky if the cops found you. Exactly. Clancy says, I know I listened to Left Undone that I recall the mispronounced Mormon names. She joked about this just the other day. Lisa Hayes says, I do hope Kobe testifies and they play the phone call between him and Lori.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've got additional testimony from Officer Hart this morning on direct. Before we get started, just a few housekeeping issues. The court has received the juror affirmations. I wanted to confirm, have all 18 jurors returned today?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we've got all 18 jurors with all their juror affirmations signed since the weekend. Also, I had a brief sidebar with counsel as we started regarding defendant's Exhibit 6, which has been admitted, and upon further consideration, I think will require the removal of some commentary in there. I think the parties have all agreed. So as we get to that exhibit, I think it'll need to be either amended or substituted, and we'll work on that issue, but we'll try to keep that as clear as we can in the record once that exhibit's being referenced, and make sure that the exhibit that is submitted to the jurors or published throughout trial to the jurors conforms with previous rulings on that information in the exhibit. So with those issues in mind, is the state going to be ready to proceed with additional direct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, will the defense be ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll note also the prosecutors are here as well as the defendant and the defense counsel. So let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Yes, sir. All right, please. Here's our president count for you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623. This is Monday morning after the weekend break. The court has confirmed that all jurors have returned and are properly seated and present. I'll also note the court received the juror affirmation from all 18 of the jurors. So thank you again for following the court's continuing admonishment and instruction during the breaks. We're ready to continue with direct examination this morning. I'll note the state is here present. Prosecutors Wood and Blake, Mr. Wixom and Miss Beatty, as well as Mr. Pryor here with the defendant, Mr. Daybell. Officer Hart was on direct examination as we broke for the weekend, and I believe the state has additional direct. Is that correct, Miss Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. If you'd go ahead and call your witness, then we'll have him return to the stand.
The state will call Agent Hart.
All right, thank you. Agent Hart, you are still under oath for purposes of your testimony. That oath was given last week. In addition, I'll just inquire over the weekend or since you were on the stand, have you reviewed any of this trial that's been is available online and has been live streamed? Have you reviewed any of the testimony of the trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that then, Ms. Blake, you can continue on your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do have a modified slide, a courtesy copy for the court and one for Your Honor as well. Or one for the court and one for Your Honor. Defense has already been provided one. And Your Honor, this is part of State's Exhibit 183. May I publish that exhibit?
Yes, and just to be clear, the identifier information's been redacted on what's going to be published.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, you may publish.
Agent Hart, we were here last Friday and we had been talking about some texts exchanged regarding Charles' death. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall talking about the beneficiary in relation to Charles' death?
Yes, there had been a series of text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that indicated Lori Vallow had found out that her husband, Charles Vallow, had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy.
And the images on this slide, is that what we're seeing here?
Well, previously there were text messages and then approximately 2 weeks, 10 days later, Lori Vallow sent 2 MMS messages to Chad Daybell on July 28th of 2019. The one on the left is the original life insurance policy that shows Lori Vallow, his spouse, as the beneficiary to receive 100% of the proceeds of that policy. And this one over here shows the change in beneficiary to Ella K. Woodcock and the date that that was done.
And do you know who Ella K. Woodcock is in relation to Charles Vallow?
It's his sister.
And do you know who she is in relation to JJ Vallow?
She would be JJ's grandmother.
And again, these messages were sent to Chad Daybell.
By Lori Vallow, correct.
And if we go to the next slide, I'm going to pause here and allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, we'd talked before, there were additional messages in the iCloud account. Is that correct?
There are thousands of text messages in the iClouds, yes.
And with these particular messages, were there some preceding messages in relation to these?
Chronologically, yes, there were.
And when we're looking at these messages, do you know who the Mel is that's being referred to?
Yes, that's Melanie Boudreau, Lori Vallow's niece.
And what was it about these particular messages that caught your attention?
What caught my attention was the conflict that existed between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell as it relates to their relationship. At this point, Charles Vallow has been dead for almost a month, and Lori Vallow wants her and Melanie Boudreau to travel to Rexburg, Idaho to spend time with Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell is, of course, still married to Tammy Daybell, and so that
It's sustained.
So you were indicating that Melanie Boudreau and Lori were wanting to go to Rexburg to visit Chad.
correct.
And can you read the date on these messages into the record?
The date of this text string is August 7th of 2019.
And then at the bottom, are there some that carry into the next day?
Correct, August 8th of 2019.
During this time, do you know if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
So in this context, it appears that Lori's telling Melanie, we just had a big fight. Do you know who that's in reference to?
That's in reference to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
And at this time, Charles has been dead for not quite a month.
Correct.
What else about these stood out to you?
There's a conflict between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell regarding,
I think there's inadequate foundation at that point. Mr. Pryor, moving forward on your objections, please use the microphone. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Agent Hart, again, you've talked about you went through thousands of messages in this iCloud account, or that there were thousands of messages, correct?
yes,
Were there some messages preceding this indicating what Chad's plans were during this time?
yes.
And what did those messages indicate?
Chad Daybell had a,
All right, again, into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor, or maybe your mic's not on today, but. Okay, could we get that checked, please, to make sure the microphone is functioning at defense table?
So if I remember, this is 6. This is 30.
Okay, apologies. Ms. Blake, would you ask another question? I'll defer ruling on that objection. Go ahead.
Agent Hart, did you review messages that indicated what Chad's plans were during this time frame?
yes, it's a scheduling conflict. Lori Vallow wanted to visit Chad Daybell.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's unresponsive.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Well, I'll sustain the objection because the answer was what Chad's plan. The question was what were Chad's plans, and the answer was what Lori Vallow wanted. I think that's outside the scope of the question and the foundation that's been laid. So it's non-responsive.
You determined that Chad Daybell had different plans during this time?
Judge, objection. That's leading.
Your Honor, he's already answered that.
Overruled.
Yes, he had a family vacation planned.
So in reference to the big fight, based on your investigation, were you able to determine what this text thread was about?
Yes,
And what did you determine the fight to be about?
Lori Vallow's trip which conflicted with Chad Daybell's family vacation.
And when we look at those last three messages, did anything about those catch your attention?
From the content of the iCloud, this was the first big fight they had had. And it appeared that they were at odds with one another. And Chad Daybell's comments was that his heart was crushed and he would never stop loving her.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, can you indicate the date of these text messages?
Yes, it's towards the end of the day on August 8th of 2019.
Is this a continuation from the conversation we saw on the previous slide?
Correct.
In looking at this, was there something that stood out to you?
Yes.
And what was that?
If you look at the date and the time, you can see that Lori Vallow has ceased to communicate with Chad Daybell for approximately a day. And this lengthy text, line 1300, is a very clear example of how Chad Daybell used his supposed visionary powers to manipulate Lori Vallow.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And in this, sorry, let me back up. In that first message as well from Chad to Lori, can you read the second sentence of that?
Saddest day of my life.
And again, you indicated Lori had quit communicating with him after the previous message that we saw.
That's correct. So there had been no communication from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell on August 8th of 2019.
And after Chad sends that lengthy text, it appears Lori resumes communication. Is that correct?
Yes,
And can you read into the record what she said?
I love you.
And then Chad responds just,
Thank you, my love. I will get things restored.
so in that lengthy one, he indicated that he may not be able to protect her anymore.
Correct. Grandpa Keith is Lori's deceased grandfather. So Chad Daybell is indicating to Lori Vallow that he is unable to protect her and that the angels are angry that she is ignoring him. And so he is trying to get her to respond due to those indication of what's happening spiritually.
And then once she does respond, Chad will get things restored.
That's what he indicates, yes.
Then if we move to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And will you indicate the date this message was sent?
This is August 10th of 2019.
And what about this particular message stood out to you?
Well, I think this is an example of how Lori Vallow manipulates Chad Daybell.
And this image was sent along with the surprises or waiting text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, on August 10th, is Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Moving to the next slide, and again, I'll pause to allow the jurors to read. And if you could read into the record the date these messages were sent.
These are August 10th of 2019.
So these would have been sent after that image that we saw in the previous slide.
Correct.
What, if anything, about these caught your attention?
There had been several messages preceding these two messages indicating their ability to connect spiritually, to enter into portals, to be together outside the physical realm. What stood out to me about these two messages is that both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell understand that's not real and it's not true. Lori Vallow says, I wish you were really here to experience this with me. And again, saying, I wish I could wake up and kiss your sweet, tender lips for real. So to me, that indicated an understanding between being together truly in the physical realm in which we live versus this alleged ability to portal and be with one another spiritually.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. Can you indicate the date these messages were sent into the record?
Yes, this is August 11th of 2019.
And what about these particular messages caught your attention?
These four messages are the beginning of a text string that occupies this slide and the next 5 slides. And it's a lengthy back and forth between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow regarding a vacation that Chad Daybell is going on with his wife, Tammy Daybell, and other relatives.
And in relation to that trip, can you read the last sentence of that first text?
Partly why I am so sad is my Boise trip has turned into a trip with extended family. Not happy about it.
And then if we move down to that third message, was there something about that that caught your attention?
Well, these are Chad Daybell's own words. He says, I can't take much more, so trapped. So it's an indication of how he's feeling as it relates to his current situation as it existed on August 11th of 2019.
We move to the next slide, and I'll pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, you indicated this is a continuation from the previous slide. Is that correct?
Yes.
What about these messages caught your attention?
First of all, the date caught my attention. This is 1 month to the day after Charles Vallow had been killed, and approximately 10 months into the relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Subsequent to Charles Vallow's death, the pressure being put by Lori Vallow on Chad Daybell for them to be together increased significantly. And so you see in these messages that Lori Vallow is asking, is that what he wants, for me to sit around waiting for you endlessly and you miserably wasting time? It doesn't feel right. And so these messages are a good indication of their thoughts as it relates to their ability to be together in the current circumstances that they find on that date.
And in that first message, Chad refers to it as torture.
Referring to the 2 days he's going to spend with his family as torture, yes.
And you indicated Charles Vallow's been dead for about a month, correct?
Exactly 1 month.
But Tammy's still alive.
Yes, she is.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, you indicated this is also a continuation from the previous two slides. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
When you look at these particular messages, what stood out to you?
Again, it's a clear communication between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell regarding the status of their relationship and Lori Vallow's desire to be together overtly with Chad Daybell.
And when we look at the last message, the response from Chad to Lori, can you read that into the record?
Yes. Oh, honey, that is so crushing. I feel so destroyed inside. You know, my love for you is deep and real. I want change. I'm constantly begging for change. I want you. Nothing else matters. But I am hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely.
And at this point in time, again, Charles died 1 month ago, correct?
Yes,
But Tammy's still alive.
yes.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'll pause to allow the jurors to read. Agent Hart, on that previous slide, we'd seen that Chad was begging for change so he could be with Lori. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would need to change so he and Lori could be together?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Agent Hart, when we look at this slide, is it a continuation from the last several slides?
Yes,
And it's still on August 11th of 2019.
that's correct.
What about these messages stood out to you?
This demonstrates Lori Vallow's impatience for this plan that I've testified to previously about the life they want to live, where they want to live it, and their plans to be together and conduct missions together. And so Lori wants that to happen. And that can't happen while Tammy Daybell is still married to Chad Daybell.
And again, to remind the jurors, in these messages, did you ever see any indication that Chad was intending to divorce Tammy?
Never.
Did you ever see any indication that Chad was intending to separate from Tammy?
No.
If we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read it. And again, Agent Hart, this is a continuation from the previous slides. Is that correct?
It is.
What about these particular messages stood out to you?
Previously, on August 8th of 2019, when this conflict about Chad Daybell's family vacation came up, we saw the text message about Grandpa Keith and that the angels were angry that Lori Vallow was ignoring Chad Daybell. The middle line of this text is a reference to that exchange that occurred 3 days previously, where Lori Vallow is now asking Chad Daybell, "Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for putting Chad Daybell aside?" And his response is, "Absolutely not. I'm so upset at the circumstances. I'm demanding they protect you more than ever." So this was a tie back to the August 8th conversation with Chad Daybell.
And again, an indication that Chad Daybell can provide some form of protection.
Correct.
And moving to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, is this also a continuation from the previous slides?
Correct. This is the final slide for this text string.
And with this one, if we break it down a little bit, looking specifically at that second text from Chad to Lori, are there certain things in that text that stood out to you?
Absolutely.
What were those?
The first is, it's mainly the second sentence. "We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles."
Do you know what the reference to celestial relatives would be in relation to? Or actually, let me back up. through your investigation, did you learn or determine what telestial relatives would be referencing?
Yes.
What did you learn that to be?
The word telestial derives from the LDS faith. It is the lowest level or degree of glory or heaven. And then there are levels above that. So it's a reference to the lowest level of heaven as it's perceived.
And the specific word next to that is relatives.
Yes,
And these telestial relatives are being described as simply obstacles.
correct.
And then what did Chad say regarding that? What's that next sentence, if you could read it into the record?
I'm so sick of it! Exclamation point.
And there's a response from Lori, but then looking down to the last message from Chad back to Lori, anything about that one that stood out to you?
There's a couple of things that stood out in that last sentence. Yes,
And could we go through those one by one?
yes.
What is the first one?
Chad Daybell states very clearly what his greatest desire is. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream.
And again, during this time, Tammy Daybell's still alive?
She is.
What else about this message stood out to you?
The last sentence is telling in my mind. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
Your Honor, I have no additional questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Counsel, in reference to cross-examination and potential exhibit, I wanted to update counsel on that outside the presence of the jurors. So let's take a brief sidebar at this moment. All right, we're back on the record after a sidebar with council. It's a little earlier than we would normally do this, but what we're going to do is take our mid-morning break at this time in order to get some exhibits properly before the jury, before cross-examination, which will take a few moments. So we'll use that time to allow the jurors to take a break. I'll go on the record with counsel before we bring the jurors back in at the end of the break to make any other additional evidentiary rulings that would occur outside the presence of the jurors. And then once we've concluded that, we should have the morning set up for continued cross-examination and evidence until we get to lunch. So with that in mind, let's take our mid-morning break at this time.
All right, thank you.
So I guess we're gonna be taking a few minutes while they're getting themselves together. Yeah.
All right, counsel, just let me know when you want to conclude the break when we have these exhibits ready.
Folks, go ahead and head out now. Egress all through now.
Okay. Here we are. Once again, we're waiting for them to get their exhibits ready. And I was looking at the Twitter machine, as they say, and Caitlin Hart is reporting that that Colby Ryan is in court today. So that's something. I don't know whether that means he's going to actually speak today or not. But that's what we got from that. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna follow her. So we had all that back and forth from Chad and Lori and Lori's manipulation, and it's really something that they were, manipulating that way. But I'm so glad they put these things into text and stuff so the jury can see what they had going on instead of enjoying his family trip. He was, I hope Emma and the kids hear that about how upset and how awful it was for him and tragedy, like for him to have to go on vacation with them instead of going to spend time with his hussy. So I'm going to read some of y'all's comments while we're Gene Pieces, is the prosecutor going to show the jury the pickaxe and shovel that had Tylee's DNA? Was anyone else's DNA on it? I kind of think that they will, but we just haven't gotten to that yet. Carolina Hurtado says, Donna, he's not seated inside, so I think Colby will be testifying for the state. Okay, so well, maybe Colby isn't needed in this trial. I mean, he was definitely needed in Lori's trial, but maybe it had nothing to do with Chad's case. I don't know. It's pretty. Eric Jasper says he loves it when KJ calls her the hussy. Why are we on break? Does anybody know? Because undoubtedly they're getting some evidence together. They didn't have their evidence ready to be displayed, maybe. So they've got, I don't know whether it was a witness with some evidence or how it goes, but they said, I heard Judge Boyce said to let me know when you get your presentation together. That wasn't the word he used, presentation. So I guess when they get it together, he said he came on and said, we're going to take a morning break until they get their stuff together. Bonus points for Kobe calling Chad Peter Griffin in the jail call. Yes, it was. Maybe they should play it just for that. KJ says, I'm sure some of the jurors are asking themselves, why are we hearing so much about Lori and only some about Chad? Because Lori was much more mouthy? I don't know. Yeah, they probably are asking themselves because it's all puzzle pieces. It's like looking at a flower, like of a puzzle of a flower. When you get this one little piece, it don't look anything like a flower. But then when you put it all together, you can see the whole picture, how it fits together and what all happened. So hopefully that's what's going on. Let's see. Let's see. With the messages, I'm glad y'all are talking amongst yourselves good because I can't keep up with them. Yes, victims can be in a trial before they testify. Kobe wouldn't be putting himself through this if he isn't contributing to the case. Okay. Clancy says, not a witness if you're allowed to be in the courtroom and haven't testified, correct? Well, Clancy, I believe that if you're a family member or a family member of the victim or the victim, that you can be in the courtroom. KJ and the Ray, that's what my daughter says too. She doesn't know about this case and only watches because I talk about it. She said she likes Pryor and the prosecution is confusing. It is a little confusing. That's what, I'm hoping they get it to a little clear. Vix Texas, Eric Jasper, it is insane when it comes to dental care. I don't even know. I must be talking about the price. Lisa Hayes, Kobe will be very powerful witness for how Lori stopped taking care of Tylee after she met Tylee and JJ. After she met Chad. Gene P says, Eric Jasper, I still want to know where Tylee was dismembered and what they did with her missing body parts, but I can't confirm that part. It's just something I've heard. Gene P, me too. I want to know that same thing. Rom Bunhedral says, they will play that phone call when Kobe takes a stand. I can't wait to see Chad's bud. Tracing the case. I bet they were wondering, KJ. Squeaky Will says, for court insiders, what do they do with Chad during the break? Does he just sit there in the courtroom or do they take him to some holding room? I don't know. I haven't been in the courtroom. If anybody's been in there and knows if Chad gets taken to another room or he just sits there by himself with the sheriff. Jasper says, Gene P, I was also wondering if they ever found that coon that he claimed to have shot. I don't think they did, Eric Jasper. Fun to skate. Who did Chad talk with? Like his best bud? Are you talking about when he was in the back of the car? He was talking to one of the policemen. I forgot. I think it was Hope. I'm not sure which one of the policemen he was talking to. I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about. But when they were in the back of the car and they called the policeman over there and they were talking, I think that was someone who was related to the family even. Zero. Usually someone with a $2 million house also has a couple of $1 million in investment. Chad was wrong. It was all glitter and no gold. You got that right, Zero. Natalie Huber says, just wait for John Pryor to come at the witness saying Lori is one begging for Chad, blah, blah, blah. Well, like they was both begging. Janet Frazee says Pryor probably didn't have his documents redacted. Karen L says, Lisa Hayes, that's a very good point about Kobe. I'm seeing some new people in here, and I'm so glad to have y'all here. I would really appreciate it if you would subscribe if you're not subscribed. And also share, subscribe, and like. Let's see. Lamicia says, I think this trial will go 10 weeks. The jury will have everything laid out for them clearly by then. I think so too. They'll be wondering if they still got a job, but yes, they will. Cheyenne Pena says, I agree. How and where did that awful action happen to Tyler? Yes, we want to know. Trace on the case says, yep, Pryor is doing his best to keep things off balance so that things don't make much sense. Lisa Hayes, sorry, I watched the typos. I didn't even notice. It's me. I can't read. Funtaski says, Chad never heard of fool's gold. I think you're right about that. Good morning, all. I'm late today because I was wrapped up in Heather's Daybell's interview on Hidden True Crime. If you haven't watched those interviews, you got to watch them. They're eye-opening. Lisa Talaboo, those are very interesting. Heather Daybell's interview on Hidden True Crime is very interesting. And I hope Heather Daybell will testify at some point. Robin Hedrell says Chad will be in a holding room eating Twinkies and a honey bun. Okay, so he's in a holding room and not just sitting there. I guess even some of the sheriff's deputies deserve a break. Big Sis says, Trace on the case, John Pryor is that a slug or what is that? Fantasy says, good one. KJ in the Ray says, Chad knew that Lori didn't get the $1 million, and he also knew she would only get $4,000 a month. Why did he go on and tell people she was wealthy? That's a very good question, KJ. Why did he tell people that she was loaded with money? Because he did know by then that she didn't get the money, but he knew he was going to be getting some whenever he killed his wife, but well, he hoped he was. Or he knew she was going to be getting some too and didn't. So that's a very good question. He already knew that. But he's so dumb. I'm not even going to say that. Eric Jasper, Gene P. In my opinion, they took poor Tylee first and after they did that. It was too sickening to do it again. So they did what they did to poor JJ. Maybe, I don't know. Carolina Hurtado says, Squeaky Wheel Chad is taken back into a holding cell behind the judge's podium. There are 3 to 6 holding cells. Okay, all right. Ravina Denver says, Crescia really connected that coon up with the case last night. Excellent ties there by Crescia. These people can't say anything straight. They have to use code words for everything, in my opinion. Mad Donut says, I want to see Pryor put Chad on the stand and see him try to defend what they did. Me too. I do too. My mother says that too. Lisa Hayes says, exactly. He's eating Snickers off of jail commissary. That's what he's doing right now. Trace on the case says, Lisa, are you talking her interview from a year ago? Lamicia says, I keep going back to Chad talking about luminol with Emma randomly out of nowhere. Why was Tylee injured and killed, dismembered partly there? Did the police ever test the house? You know, I looked that up because I was like, luminol and all. And I think I had a let me see if I can find that. Luminol, I didn't read the whole thing. Let's see. Luminol, I think, is a chemical that they put in that, like, whenever there's a murder or something, or they're checking a place where they suspect a murder has happened, they have this stuff that they can put down, and it will make tiny bits of blood show up to the cameras. I'm gonna see if I can find that little. Here it is, right here. I'm gonna keep this up, and I'm gonna share this tab instead. Okay. Anyways, I don't want to be gone too long when this is going on. But it says, in the search for presence of blood at a crime scene, normally done by close visual examination, the possibility exists, however, that the blood may be present in amounts too little to see with unaided eye, and that blood at the scene must be cleaned up prior to the arrival of the crime scene team. Scientists can take advantage of the luminol reaction to locate potential blood evidence that would be undetectable through visual examination. The light and luminescence emitted in the luminol reaction is thought to result in an oxidizing agent such as blood, catalyzes the oxidation of luminol by hydrogen peroxide in a basic solution. The reaction is not specific to blood, however. It also oxidizes other agents. So you can see here in this picture, I don't know if you can or not. Let's see, when I get it bigger. They have thrown down this substance. I don't know if you can see it. In the kitchen here, this is not Chad's house, but it shows that they throw this stuff down to help find blood. So when he said, and it may be in a rap song, I'm not sure about that, about luminol and it all. I think, what was it? Beach Bum, what was it that you said? Was that from a rap song that we had decided that that Daybell had pulled that line out of something about just like P. Diddy or something? I don't know. But in other words, Chad was saying to Emma, well, at least they didn't luminol and all. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my screen because I'm afraid I'll miss something. So when Chad said at least they didn't luminol at all, I guess they could have poured that powdery stuff all over the house, and that would be a hard to clean up for Emma and them to move back in there. So that's what I got from it. Somebody else may have some other comments. Maria P. says, I'm here half listening and dozing off. My dog had 2 seizures early this morning. Well, you got to take care of those baby pups now. Our pups are our babies. Liza Joe, Lori wouldn't let Tylee live with Joe. It was so unnecessary. Crazy Lori should have gotten the death penalty. She sure should have, in my opinion. Lamacia says, KJ, that was a wealthy to him. I think, sadly, that could be Lamacia, because according to some people, Chad and Tammy got by on very little, and that it wasn't till he started working with Julie Rowe that he started making enough money for the family to like go out to eat and stuff. So that may be rumors. I've heard that story that did increase his income. And so, yes, I'm guessing if you don't make $200 a month, if you could latch on to somebody that was making $4,000 a month, that would seem, quote, wealthy to him, sadly. Clancy, see, I thought one of the reasons Kay testified first in Lori's trial was so she could attend the rest of the trial afterwards. Guess I presume wrong. You know, Clancy, at the beginning of Lori's trial, it was Lori who had put out some kind of suit to try and keep Kay from being in the courtroom. I don't remember exactly how that went. And also, yeah, I'm not exactly, I don't remember exactly how that went. If anybody in the chat remembers exactly how that was, that Lori didn't want Kay to be in the courtroom or something. And of course, that didn't work out for her. JoJo says, KJ, in my opinion, he made $2,000 a year, so $4,000 a month does seem wealthy. Fun's Key says, no, what man did Chad talk to with besides the woman that he knew? A male buddy always with the woman. A male buddy that was always with the woman. What man did Chad talk to with besides the women? Oh, you're asking me, did he have a man friend? I don't know. If anybody knows the answer to this question that Fundaski has asked, he says, what man did Chad talk with besides the women that he knew? A male buddy, always with women. The only male buddy that we've in this story found out that he was with would be Alex, because it seemed like that, it didn't seem like that Melanie Gibb's boyfriend, I'm trying to remember his name, David Warwick, didn't seem like he was overly fond of Chad, but at this point, who would be? Natalie Huber says, Clancy, I thought the same, but for this trial, I was asked about being in court, and someone commented because she's family. I know that's what they said with Kay last year. I don't remember exactly how that all went. Seemed like they were really not wanting the family in the courtroom last year. Mad Donuts says, Maria P., one of our dogs takes seizure meds twice a day. Get your baby to the vet ASAP. Yeah, that would really scare me if Brutus had a seizure. Ravina Denver says, Charles did everything for that whole family, paying their pedo Barry and that lunatic Janice's way too. Liza Joe says, crazy Sister Summer sure seems involved to me as well. You know, I don't think it's just you, Liza Joe, that thinks that. I think that a lot of people think that Summer was way involved, and I just wonder what kind of, lukewarm reaction she's going to get at CrimeCon. Carolyn A says, Donna Donald, you, Kate, and Chris are so much alike. You're such lovely ladies. We have a southern accent. Just kidding. Donna, you crack me up. Had to pull over, picturing them just turning the lights off and sitting there. I know. The biggest problem with Lisa Hayes says the biggest problem with Chad is not once he was asking where the kids were, not once asking where the kids was. Someone who was innocent would have asked at least a few times, Lori, where are your kids? Exactly. Didn't you have some kids? Zero said Alex owned almost nothing but 2 torches. Sorry, but if you've ever rendered a duck. Oh, I haven't, but it sounds delicious. Heidi's mind says, I actually am shocked that Kobe is testifying. I figured there would be stronger testimonies than Kobe's, though, like Heather, Julie Rowe. They probably think Pryor will discredit Julie Rowe. Gene P. Vistex, I still wonder how he got out of those domestic violence charges and alleged sexual battery of a blank of his wife. Oh. She said, Kobe's not an angel. Well, no, he's not. He's been through a whole lot and he don't got a mama or a daddy anymore. Vixtex, Ravenna, Denver. Charles was a dedicated man. Lisa. Eliza Joe says, Chad's scared of men. Prison will suck. Oh, yeah. If he's scared of men, he's in a whole lot of trouble, ain't he? Jody's justice for Tylee, JJ, and Charles Vallow. I know bits and parts of what happened to Tylee, but it's too graphic to put in here. I'm not going to mention that other creator. Ravenna, Denver, Vistex. He was a damn prince. I honestly don't know very many people that would look out and care for such an extended group of folks. Me either. And he didn't hurt your eyes either. Charles looked like a very, very nice man and didn't have to waste his time with Lori. Vix text, Gene P. He is seriously disturbed. Stephanie Willow. JoJo, you beat me to it. 40K is probably wealthy to him. Yep. Isabella Mari, does anyone think Lori will take the stand? I say he's innocent. It was all her brother. Well, she could say that, but I don't think so. But that would be something. Lisa says, I feel Kobe will be, my chats are moving fast before I can read them. Lisa Hayes says, I feel Kobe will be pretty damning for Chad. Lori didn't start abusing JJ and Tylee until Chad came along. That's probably true. Natalie Hoover, JoJo, Chad's DNA is on the pick knife in the shed because it's Chad's shed, of course. Pryor is going to use that as his defense. Ugh, but it's not going to work. Just kidding. We are all sinners here. Some more and some less, but we all are. Thank you. I was thinking the same thing. I sure hope nobody puts up what all I've done. Lamesia. Oh, I haven't heard that a third baby. Gosh, well, I hope they all heal. Terrible circumstances all around poor Kelsey. I know. I think Crush and them went and seen the baby when they were up there. Beach Bum says, no, I was referring to the raid and ransacking the feds did at P. Diddy's house. They trashed him. Okay. I thought maybe, I'm so crazy. I thought that Chad was quoting some part of a a rap song that I didn't know about. But they probably did put Lomanol in his house. TC's, I heard Summer was involved in the castings. I have so many lovely, beautiful friends who are single and would have felt so blessed to have someone like Charles. They would have made his life so. Me too. That's what I'm saying. I wish I could find me a Charles. Gene P. Donna Donald. Lori's attorney tried to get the old law to place denying that Kay and Larry were technically JJ's representatives. Oh, okay, that's what it was. She did not want Kay and Larry to do that because they weren't technically his relatives because he was adopted. I knew it was some low down thing she was trying. Sulan Dornbow says, in my opinion, he bought in on the cost of his conscience and moral compass. Beach Bum says, I'm doing good till my feet hit the floor and my mind wakes up. I probably need forgiveness in my sleep. You just need some sleep, honey. Lamicia, Lisa Hayes, I'm not sure about that. She drugged kids to put them to bed and talked openly that Tylee had endless digestive and stomach troubles. I'm not sure about Lori as a mom always. That's true. But she openly looked like she was abusing him later. This text says Ravenna Denver, Charles converted to the LDS faith for Lori. Yes, he did. Gene P says, TC, you're absolutely right. And Summer Schiffler was involved in the castings. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record without the jurors present at this time. Take up the matter of some exhibits. The issue being that one of the exhibits needed a redaction and other exhibits had some editorial type commentary on them that the court ruled would not be permitted as part of the exhibits. So those were also altered. And so let's just start with the state's exhibit 183. That was on Friday, and it was noted when we stopped for the day that there was some personal identifier information that needed to be redacted. That was redacted, and the information was not published to the jury. But in terms of marking or tracking the redacted exhibit, what does the state suggest in terms of a new replacement exhibit or just noting on the record a redaction on the admitted exhibit?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would request that we just note that the redaction was made. The state actually never ended up submitting the original 183 because that was caught prior to us finishing with that PowerPoint presentation. So I talked to Madam Clerk and let her know that we were going to go ahead and get it modified. So the exhibit that's actually been entered into the record is the 183 with the redaction. So I think if we could just make a clear record that it's been admitted with the redaction versus the 183 that was previously admitted that wouldn't have had the redaction, if that makes sense, that may be the easiest way to do it. And the jump drive submitted to the court does have that correction.
Okay. From the defense, any objection to handling the exhibit that way?
No, Judge, and the state provided me all of the redactions, so that's acceptable.
Okay, so I'll put that on the record then. Exhibit 183 now admitted, and what was published and what will be provided to the jurors has the redacted personal identifier information from those screenshots on insurance applications or forms. So that will resolve 183. On Exhibit 6, that was previously admitted, and the commentary, which was not part of the content of the exhibit other than labeling of certain parts of the exhibit, has been removed from those exhibits. I guess I'm looking for how the parties wish to handle that Exhibit 6, and it's also going to be Exhibit 7 also, defense Exhibit 6 and 7. Do we want to strike from the record those already admitted exhibits and admit substitute exhibits? Mr. Pryor, what's your suggestion on that?
Judge, I've prepared substitute exhibits, so I would move to strike those three and judge it 6, 7, and 32, which are all by stipulation. I've prepared substitute exhibits. I've had given the state the opportunity to review those in their entirety. So I have 6, 7, and 32. So I would move to strike 6 and 7. I'll substitute 6 and 7 in with the additional one, and then move for 32 as well.
I think 32, we're looking at our records. I don't know that that one was yet admitted.
I don't think so, Judge, but I may have referenced it, but I don't think I admitted it at this point.
Okay, well, if 32 is not yet admitted, then we don't have an issue there. What will be admitted will have the proper labeling. On 6 and 7, I guess my suggestion is going to be we would strike them and maybe relabel the new submitted ones, since exhibits were already admitted, and call them 6A and 6B. Is there any objection to us giving them a new designated name, or do you think it's more clear to just note the changes on the exhibits after admission?
Your Honor, from the state's perspective, I believe that both 6 and 7 have multiple subparts that are labeled within the discs as 6A, 6B, and subsequent, and I think 7's the same. So because of that, I'm not sure if labeling them 6A and 7A would, I think it may create some confusion for the record. So I don't know if we could simply strike the other ones and just resubmit them as 6 and 7, but
Okay.
we'll leave it to the court's discretion.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So that makes more sense to me also then. So just to be clear on the record, 6 and 7 were previously admitted. They were not yet published to the jurors. They were altered in that the descriptive language within those exhibits has been removed. So the contents are the same. The descriptions are not there any longer. So 6 and 7, as originally submitted, are removed from the record, and these 6 and 7 exhibits will come in now with the proper identifiers and just simply replace what was admitted. So we'll watch for that as things move along, counsel. I think there's a few other exhibits that are going to require the same treatment that have maybe not yet been admitted, and my staff attorney will assist in identifying those along the way if counsel hasn't. So I think with that, then we're ready to proceed with those evidentiary issues resolved. Anything further before we move on to cross from the state?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, just that if I could have the original 6 and 7 that were struck and have them returned to me, I would appreciate it, Judge.
Okay, if we do have those, we'll get those out of our court records back to defense counsel, and then we will make a diligent effort before deliberations that whatever of these digital files go in for deliberations are only the correct exhibits that were admitted during trial. So with that, we're ready to bring the jurors back in. Let's have them return, and we'll commence with the defense cross of the witness.
All right, please.
Extras. Strike out things on. Stand up.
Who's our president? Counter for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we've returned from our mid-morning break. We've sorted out the evidentiary issues we had on the record outside the jury's presence. Jury's returned at this time. Agent Hart remains on the stand, still under oath for testimony. The state concluded direct, so at this time, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to conduct cross-examination, you can do so.
And permission to approach the podium, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Hart.
Morning.
Now, would you prefer I refer to you as agent? You're retired FBI agent, is that right?
I am retired. That's correct.
Is it your preference to be called chief deputy or would you prefer agent?
Agent's a little less of a mouthful, so that's fine.
And then I'll take your suggestion and refer to you as agent if that's okay. As part of your investigation, you went over thousands of messages. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Tens of thousands of messages?
Yes.
Okay. Significant amount.
Correct.
And you put together a summary of what you thought were relevant messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about who some of these messages were sent to, who received some of these messages. Obviously, you spoke in great detail about messages from Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow,
Yes.
Melanie Gibb.
No, Melanie Boudreau.
Well, did you ever have any that you reviewed from Melanie Gibb?
There are messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb in the iCloud that I have reviewed. Yes.
Okay, so there were messages that were involved with Melanie Gibb as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of these folks use other names in speaking with themselves, referring to others?
Can you clarify? Do you mean that
So,
names other than
nicknames.
themselves?
Nicknames. Lori Vallow use any nicknames?
Yes.
What nicknames did Lori Vallow use?
For others or for herself?
For herself and when others responded to her?
She would be called Lolo. She would be called Lily. Chad Daybell referred to her as Elena. And then there were numerous nicknames for her contacts that she had within the iCloud.
Okay, and then as far as Melanie Gibb, do you recall the nickname that Melanie Gibb used?
For herself?
For herself, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Okay. If I mention the word Phoebe, does that ring a bell?
Phoebe rings a bell, but I couldn't say definitively that that's associated with Melanie Gibb.
Okay. And if I were to show you a text message that referenced Phoebe to Lori Vallow, would that refresh your recollection?
It may.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Other nicknames, other people, Alex Cox, did he have any nicknames?
Al was the most common one.
Okay. Melanie Boudreau?
Mostly Mel.
Okay. Anybody else you can think of?
Lori Vallow referred to Chad Daybell frequently as Bubby, Bubby.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I would classify as nicknames. There were several occasions where others were assigned names by Chad Daybell, but I
Okay.
wouldn't call those nicknames.
Okay, now if I could have Elmo put up, Madam Clerk.
What are we going to put on the Elmo?
Judge, I'm going to ask the officer to go back to
Referencing 183.
183, Judge.
183 has been admitted, so, and Mr. Pryor's mentioned before, there's a light and zoom feature on that Elmo for clarity. And there's a light there as well somewhere. There's a light switch that gets rid of the shadow. There you go. Thank you.
Wouldn't make it without any help, Judge, I promise you. So I want to start towards the end of what we talked about. And you talked about your analysis of this particular discussion or chain of text messages. And this is from the Lolly time at iCloud, Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
And the last line, I want you to read 824 again for me.
Of course. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
And you interpreted this in what way?
I don't believe I interpreted it at all during my testimony. I read it into the record on direct.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit curious. I want to be with you. That's Chad responding that he wants to be with Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
It's my greatest hope and dream. He wants to have a relationship with her, right?
Yes, I mean, they've been in a 10-month relationship at this point, but I think he
Okay.
wants that relationship to be overtly known to everyone.
Okay. And you said a 10-month relationship. So 8/11 of 2019. I go back 10 months and that puts me right to October 31st, give or take a few days. So is it your testimony? You said 10 months. Is it your testimony that that relationship started immediately on October 31st, the first time they met?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So they were in a physical relationship from the first time they met?
No, I testified that their physical relationship began the second time they met in person, which would have been November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And your interpretation of what that physical relationship in 2 weeks later was what? What type of physical relationship they have 2 weeks later?
Chad Daybell wrote about it in great detail. They were kissing, fondling each other, in bed with each other, taking each other's clothes off.
Okay. And that, are you referring to the Jack and the Elena story? Is that what you're referring to?
James and
James and
Elena.
Elena, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I said Jack. James and Elena, excuse me. You're talking about the James and Elena story, right?
Correct.
And you know what Chad Daybell does for a living, right?
I do.
He's an author.
Yes.
He writes books about experiences that people have, whether religious or otherwise, right?
Yes.
And with every author, there's a little bit of exaggeration or artistic creativity whenever you're writing books. Would you agree with me?
If it's nonfiction, I would agree with you.
Okay. And you also know that this James and Elena was really a book in the making by Chad Daybell about his relationship with Lori Vallow, right?
I wasn't aware that it's a book in the making. No.
Okay. So this was just him taking doing a literary exercise, just writing about his relationship with Lori Vallow, not for the purpose of doing anything with it, just writing about this and making notes using different names, right?
I believe it's a truthful and accurate story.
Okay. Okay. A truthful and accurate story that you're putting down in writing about a relationship you're having with a woman, right?
Yes,
With some artistic creativity applied to it, correct?
I'll agree.
Okay. Now, did you, as part of your investigation, go back and look at some of Chad Daybell's writings?
We had someone in the investigative group do that. I've had some limited exposure to Chad Daybell's other writings, but I was not the individual who did an extensive analysis of those.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell made a habit of at least vaguely touching on some of his personal experiences when he wrote books?
It's my understanding that a couple of his books were about his prior experiences in his
Right.
life.
And one of his books was about his daughter Emma. In fact, the very book mentions the name Emma in the book, doesn't it not?
I couldn't tell you the title of the book, but I believe that's correct.
So it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for him, given his past about writing about his past experiences, to put together a book or a novel about a relationship he was having with Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. I think the James and Elena story is about his relationship with Lori Vallow.
And it wouldn't be unusual, like in his other books, to maybe provide some artistic creativity as far as the facts are concerned, right?
It would depend on which facts you're talking about.
So what you're saying to me is that if the facts are helpful to the prosecuting attorney, he's not making it up.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. Move to strike.
Sustain.
You don't know which facts are creative in this story that he was writing Lori Vallow, do you?
I know that we were able to vet and verify an extensive number of facts from that story.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you whether the explicit sexual detail is accurate or not, but the
Okay.
other elements are accurate.
Okay. So when we go back to this lolly time that's up on the board here and showing us, the last line is, "I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down." You see that line?
I do.
Okay. And you said you didn't offer any explanation as to what that meant.
On direct, I did not.
Okay. And that was on August 11th of 2019.
That's correct.
And it talks about heaven would strike us down
It
in
does.
regards to the relationship.
Say again.
Well, it's in regards to the relationship because I will happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. That's what that says, isn't it?
It does.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with murder, does it?
I don't know that I could say entirely that it doesn't.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with the fact that maybe Mr. Daybell felt he couldn't divorce his wife Tammy?
I don't know whether that's what that's in reference to or not.
Could it have anything to do with the possibility that Chad Daybell, as this so-called visionary who gets these premonitions, wouldn't leave his wife Tammy until his premonition came true that she would pass away?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence or the prior testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer that, officer.
Again, I don't know what was in Chad Daybell's mind as it relates to why heaven would strike him down if he joined Lori Vallow at that point.
Tens of thousands of text messages, right?
Yes.
I didn't see in any of these, and if you have them in the other 10,000 that you went through, show me the one that says, "Hey, this is Chad. Let's kill the kids."
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, and tries to put evidence not in fact.
Overruled.
Facts not in evidence.
Well, it's question on cross. It's overruled.
Show me the text. It says, "Let's kill the kids."
Well, that is argumentative, Mr. Pryor. If you want to ask if there's a text, that would be different.
Is there a text that says, "Let's kill the kids"?
There are several texts that talk in detail about the deaths of those two children. Yes.
Oh, well, in detail about the deaths and what happened during their deaths, right? Not "let's kill the kids," are there?
Wait a minute. What do you mean what happened during their?
What I'm saying is that there's references to Tylee and JJ throughout text messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But there is not a text message that says, "Let's kill the kids," is there?
There are text message in those specific words, no, but certainly alluding to and planning for the deaths of Tylee and JJ, yes.
Okay, and in reference to how they're planning to kill the kids, why don't you talk to me a little bit about that? What exactly did you come across that says, let's plan on killing the kids?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony and it's argumentative.
That is sustained.
You just made reference to the fact that there are text messages that talk about the planning of killing these kids, right?
Correct.
What text messages are you referring to?
There are several text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that refer to a plan to take the children and Chad Daybell's ability as a supposed visionary to understand when that might happen.
Okay. Okay, so there's no specific text message that talks about we're going to kill the kids and live happily ever after, is there?
I would disagree. Contextually, I think that's the meaning of those texts.
Okay, so in other words, you're interpreting those texts how you think they should be understood, right?
Well, those texts talk about the deaths, using the word death of Tylee and JJ. It talks about their death percentage, and both Tylee and JJ ended up being murdered. So if that's context, then that's the conclusion I draw, yes.
Okay, so what you're referring to are the text message where a numeric number was assigned to particular children about death percentages, correct?
Assigned by Chad Daybell, yes.
Right. Now, we talked a little earlier, and that's why I'm leading into this with you. And you could probably help me a little bit. My recollection is you were talking something about Allie Bloomer, right?
Yes, that's the second slide.
Okay. Well, it's actually the third slide, isn't it?
Oh.
Can you go to the third one? You threw me off, right?
It starts on the second slide and then it continues to the third slide.
So you talked about the fact that because Chad Daybell put a numeric number on the children, that was the reason they were killed, right?
No, I wouldn't state it that way, that was the reason they were killed.
Okay. That supported your theory that they were killed because they were put a dark number on them, right?
I believe the dark number provided the justification for
Okay.
them to carry out those acts.
Okay. Okay, so when we go down to line 3000, would you read that one for me, the first two sentences?
Yes. Allie Bloomer is 4.1 dark. Her cop husband is 3 dark.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, are Allie Bloomer and her husband dead?
To my knowledge, they are not.
Okay. So when you assign a number dark, explain this. I mean, you probably know better than I do. Is this something that's part of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there a reference in the LDS faith to light and dark?
Light and dark. Yes, there's reference throughout the Bible and the LDS faith to light and dark.
So if there was previous testimony by someone who suggested that light and dark is not part of the LDS faith, they're either mistaken or they're not being truthful. Would that be fair?
I don't think light and dark as assigned by Chad Daybell is part of the LDS faith.
That's not what I asked you, sir, and I appreciate you answering that way. What I asked you is that there is light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
It's overruled. There's a light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Yes,
Okay, so what we're talking about is that there's a numeric system here. Is that what you're telling me? That Mr. Daybell's using?
there is a numeric system that Mr. Daybell is using.
Okay, And you've never seen this with anybody else ever putting a numeric system on light and dark, correct?
I have not.
Okay. Okay. And Allie Bloomer and her cop husband are not dead, right? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they are not.
So do you know how this dark numbering system works? Is high good or is low good, or how does that work on the dark spectrum?
From what I've been able to decipher based on my participation in the investigation, the higher the number, the worse it is.
Okay. So if you're a 1 dark, that you're better off being a 1 dark than you are being a 4 dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Judge, could I have exhibits 6 and 7?
Yes, I'll have the bailiff bring those over.
And if you could just bear with me. While I'm waiting this to warm up a little bit, we'll move on and talk about a couple of other topics while I'm. You talked about manipulation, right? From both Chad and Lori.
Yes.
Now,
Mr. Pryor, just on the exhibit you've got continually being published there, if you're done with that, would you remove it from being published?
now your testimony is that you felt that Chad was using his religious knowledge or beliefs to manipulate Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he was suggesting that because he has so much insight that he's with these religious insights that he's able to convince Lori Vallow to stay with him because he has religious insight. Is that correct?
He was looked to as the visionary for this small group, and in that capacity, yes, used that to keep Lori Vallow in a relationship with him.
And the small group you're talking about, who did you discover was in this small group?
The inner circle is really a trio of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
Anybody else?
That's what I would refer to as the inner circle. There were others that were more peripheral.
Okay. And when you say more peripheral, shared some of the same religious views that Chad Daybell has.
Yes, I would describe them as adherents to Chad Daybell's doctrines.
How many of those do you talk about that are peripheral people that were adhering to it?
Six to 10.
Would Would Melanie Gibb be included in that group?
Yes.
David Warwick?
Yes.
Zuluma Pastenes?
Yes.
Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
So this wasn't a large group of people then?
No, Chad Daybell spoke at a lot of conferences and those were larger, but I don't, I can't speak to how his message was received by those people.
And when you say Chad Daybell spoke at these conferences, you touched on it a little before that maybe Lori Vallow wasn't believing everything that Chad was saying about this religious stuff, right?
No, I don't believe I said that. I do believe she believed pretty
Okay.
much everything that Chad Daybell said.
Okay. And maybe what you testified to is that you questioned the accuracy of it in one of the text messages that you put up on the board. Do you recall saying something about that? No?
I don't, if you can direct me to this particular message.
So Chad Daybell started writing these books well before she ever met Lori Vallow. He met Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And he wrote these books about his experiences and about his theories and interpretation of what he felt was the teachings of the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Introduces facts, not an evidence. I believe counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Well, he wrote a lot of books about religious issues, correct?
Yes, I think most of his books had to do with kind of an end of times theme.
And he would go on these various, go to various places and speak about his books and try to sell books.
Correct.
This was sort of a way to market or to make a living by talking about various religious feelings about religion, and then he'd go on and speak to people, and then in the meantime try to make a living or try to make money selling these books to people, right?
Yes.
And the predominant audience that he would go to, these encampments, these gatherings, these various locales, for the most part, they were centered around Utah, correct?
No, I mostly, well, St. George, Mesa, there was one in Boise.
Right.
So
Well-
the Intermountain West.
And you beat me to the punch because I was about to start with Utah, then say Arizona, then say Idaho. But the predominant audience that these books were marketing to were people in Utah, Arizona, Idaho, correct?
That's where he spoke. Yes.
And they were predominantly marketed to people of the LDS faith, right?
I think so.
And they were marketed to the people who would want to go to these various seminars about preparing for the end of time, right?
Yes.
And these people weren't all members of a cult, were they?
Not to my knowledge.
And there were various audiences who would show up and listen to Chad Daybell talk and sell his books, right?
Yes.
So the fact that he has Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and David Warwick, who were friends of his, right?
Well, I think the relationship with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow was closer than what it was different than those other names that you mentioned and closer than friendship.
Right. But let's take, and we'll talk a little bit about the Alex Cox, Lori Vallow relationship, but as far as the other wars were concerned, all of the emails and all of the text messages, that you talked about, they had a recurring theme. These people were friends, right?
Yes.
And these friends talked about religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
And these religious beliefs may not be what everybody else believes in, but they seem to have a consistent theme, and they were all consistent in believing whatever Lori, Chad, David, and Melanie were talking about. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So when you talk about a group, we're really talking about a group of friends who have some maybe not traditional beliefs, but have religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the text I put up there from Lori to Chad, and it's the one line 836. I'll wait. Let me know when you're ready.
Mhm.
You okay? You all set?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you take that as being would you take that as being in somewhat of a sarcastic tone?
No, I think Lori was pushing Chad and was serious.
Okay. So you should give all of your love and your attention to your wife and family. That's what she's saying, right?
Yes.
I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. There's nothing sarcastic about that?
Well, if you look at Chad Daybell's reaction, which is that is so crushing and I feel so destroyed inside, I don't think he took it as being sarcastic.
Okay. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk, but we have nothing until things change. So she's basically drawing a line in the sand and saying, unless something changes, we have nothing to do with each other. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So what she's doing is she's saying that unless something happens, either you divorce your wife or you kill your wife or your wife dies, you don't have me.
I agree.
Okay. And then Chad responds, I'm constantly begging for change below. You see that?
I do.
But I'm hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely. Okay. You see that?
I do.
The text following that, did any of them say, all right, I agree with you, Lori. Let's kill Tammy. You find any of those?
I found a number of texts talking about Tammy's death percentage in
Right.
subsequent conversations.
You're also aware that Chad Daybell, maybe you're not, but are you aware that since 2016, Chad Daybell had been talking to these public audiences about the fact that Tammy was going to have a very short life?
I was aware that he made those statements to particular individuals. I'm not aware that he spoke of that publicly, but yes, I know that he communicated that Tammy was going to die to a number of people.
Right. And these other individuals are friends and family of Chad Daybell, who are also friends and family of Tammy Daybell, correct?
That I don't know. I can tell you the ones that I do know that he spoke with
Okay.
and I'm not aware that they knew Tammy.
Okay. Okay. So it wasn't necessarily a secret that Chad was keeping with anybody since 2016, that he felt he had a premonition or a belief that his wife was going to have a short life, right?
There were certain people he communicated that to, correct?
Right. And when I'm reading through the text messages and you went through your presentation, am I wrong when I'm reading these messages to to read into this that Chad was waiting for Tammy to pass away, and that was what the delay was, correct?
It could be that, or it could be waiting to take action.
Okay. So we don't know what it was, right?
From the investigation, I believe I know what it was.
Okay, well, people differ in their opinions, right?
They do.
Yeah. And Judge, could we approach for just a minute?
Yes.
Best laid plans.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a thumb drive with a file in it. It may be a thumb drive that's having a few issues because it wanted to pull files and then it didn't. So we'll see if it will.
And it's here. Judge, I got it.
Okay, all right. thank you.
Surprise. Magical words. You did it. And Judge, I'm going to try to publish off of Exhibit 7 an email from, I believe it was from the Lolly Time, previously admitted exhibit number 7.
All right, once you have that pulled up on your screen, let us know and
Up,
then I'll,
Judge, I'm ready.
okay, I'll instruct the clerk this time to allow that to be published then.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned about Phoebe, was your recollection was that it was Melanie Gibb, is that correct?
I testified that I wasn't 100% certain of that, but I don't dispute that that's,
Okay. So at the top, this is a text message from Phoebe from the Lolly Time to Lori Vallow. Would you read the first line?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I love you so much. I'm going to teach right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark portals.
Okay, and then the one below that.
I could see the darkness so clearing last night when I was teaching last night. Their eyes were dark like marbles.
Okay, now the date of those messages was when?
July 25th of 2019.
Were you aware during your investigation where Melanie Gibb was teaching on that particular occasion?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You are aware that Melanie Gibb taught classes, variety of different things about vibrations and about light and dark, correct?
I wasn't aware that she taught classes. I know there was a podcast and group discussions and things like that.
Right. She would go to encampments or she would go to programs and be a speaker talking about a variety of religious topics, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when Melanie Gibb talks about dark portals, is that something she's talking about that's consistent with the LDS faith to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. When she's talking about eyes being like dark marbles, is that also something that's consistent with being of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay. And to avoid, and Judge, we can bring that down now. I'm done. But during your research, there were other individuals that talked about putting numeric numbers on people with dark and light, right?
There was one single instance in all of my review where Lori Vallow disputed a designation made by Chad Daybell. So that's the only other time I'm aware of anyone else putting those numbers on
Okay.
individuals.
Okay, and all I want to do is just have you confirm then for me. In the review of all of those 10,000 plus text messages, are you telling me that other than Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they were the only ones who talked about dark and light and put a numeric number on someone?
I am testifying that the only times I saw those numbers being generated, with the exception of one occasion, were all by Chad Daybell.
Okay, okay. And all of the people that were designated, well, so other than Chad Daybell, your testimony then is that nobody else put numeric numbers on people as it related to dark and light. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You brought up a subject about the process of sealing. Remember that in the very beginning of your testimony?
It's part of the James and Elena story, correct?
Right. But you also explained that what sealing is in your definition, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understood sealing to be part of a marriage process when two couples of the LDS faith go into a temple and they perform a private ceremony. Is that what you understand it to be as well?
Yes, when two people go to get married, correct.
Right, and that is a process in which, and I don't want to go into, we don't need to go into significant detail about this. But it's a religious, symbolism to show that they have an intent of wanting to be together the rest of their life, right?
Correct.
And they're basically sealing themselves to each other in essence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Has nothing to do with death or anything like that. It has everything to do with the celebration of the marriage ceremony, correct?
It's a marriage ordinance that's performed in LDS temples.
Okay, all right. Okay. And Judge, I'm going to stop there. That's all I have at this point, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude cross-examination of the witness. Redirect from the state.
Agent Hart, you were just asked about the ceiling reference in one of those messages. Do you recall testifying about that before?
I do.
And you were asked specifically about it dealing with the marriage ceremony by Mr. Pryor, correct?
Yes,
And previously, did you testify that there are also sealings done for people that have passed away?
that's correct.
And when you referenced the James and Elena story, was that your understanding of what was being referenced at that time?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was that your understanding of what was being referenced in the James and Elena story?
Yes, the sealings being referred to in the James and Elena story are what they call proxy, meaning that genealogical research is done and that a man and a woman go in and based on historical records, if two people had been married, they then perform that marriage ceremony in their behalf. The two people performing the ceremony aren't getting married. They're a stand-in for people based on genealogical research who are being sealed.
And at the time that was done, that was in the November of 2018.
November 16th of 2018.
And at that time, was Charles Vallow still alive?
No, he was not. Or excuse me, yes, he was. I'm sorry, I was thinking of 2019.
2019. So in November of 2018, Charles Vallow was still alive.
He was.
And in November of 2018, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And is part of the idea behind the sealing that you would be married for eternity?
Judge, leading question.
Sustain.
When we looked at those messages, if you recall, was the indication that Chad believed or was indicating he and Lori would be married eternally?
That's precisely what was stated in Chad's writing.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine where the teachings of light and dark originated as far as this particular group of individuals you were asked about?
They originated from Chad Daybell.
And you indicated Melanie Gibb was one of the individuals that would have received those teachings?
I believe so, yes.
You were asked some questions about levels and light and dark, and specifically in reference to Allie Bloomer. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Allie Bloomer a telestial relative of Chad or Lori?
Not to my knowledge.
And we talked a little bit about that telestial relative, the meaning of that, and Mr. Pryor put that slide back up. You'd referenced that it is the lowest kingdom. Would that also be, would telestial refer here on earth?
Yes,
So the reference was the telestial relatives were obstacles.
correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn if Charles was ever deemed dark?
Charles Vallow,
Charles Vallow.
he was,
Did you ever learn whether Tylee Ryan was deemed dark?
she was,
Did you ever learn whether JJ Vallow was deemed dark?
he was deemed to have turned into a zombie,
Judge, unresponsive.
Overruled.
which is parallel to being dark, being inhibited by a dark entity.
And what about Tammy Daybell? Did you ever learn whether she was deemed dark?
Again, she was deemed to have been inhibited by a dark entity.
And based on your investigation and looking through these messages, who was the one that would determine if someone was light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
And of those 4 relatives that we talked about, are you aware of their current status?
All 4 are dead.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. I don't think we got outside the scope of cross there or direct, so won't permit recross for this witness. That will conclude the testimony of Agent Hart. Is he going to be recalled potentially by either side?
He is going to be recalled by the state, Your Honor.
And he's going to be called by the defense as well, Judge.
All right, Agent Hart, going forward, then you're still under the court's exclusionary order, which disallows you from watching this trial or discussing your testimony or anybody else's testimony before you return to testify. I'll question you about that when you retake the stand in the future. So please abide by that exclusionary order. And with that, you may go ahead and step down, and thank you for your. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. Yes, I'll have the bailiff retrieve that exhibit, please. And where we took our break already this morning, we'll intend to go forward till lunch. Does the state have another witness to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Sydney Woodbury Shank.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the court will note the witness has been placed under oath at this time, so I am going to inquire. This case has been live streamed and available for view by the public in general or anyone interested. So Ms. Woodbury Shank, have you watched this trial or observed any of the trial testimony since the trial began?
No,
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else your testimony, anyone that has testified in this case?
no.
All right. Thank you for your responses then, Mr. Wood. If you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, it's Sydney Shank, Schenk.
Ms. Shank, what state do you currently reside in?
I currently reside in Arizona.
Did you, have you ever lived in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, in 2019, I lived in Rexburg, Idaho.
What were you doing there?
I was attending college at Brigham Young University, Idaho.
Were you working at the time?
I was not.
Were you looking for work?
Yes.
What kind of work were you looking for?
I, in the past, have nannied and babysat. I enjoy watching kids, so I went on a website called care.com, looking for a job opportunity to be a nanny.
Through care.com, did you ever meet a Lori Vallow?
Yes. So I posted a job listing that I wanted to nanny, and she replied to my listing, and we got in contact on the website, and then later messaged through text and set up a time for me to come meet her and her son JJ.
Where did you meet her?
I met them at her townhome in Rexburg.
And do you remember approximately when you met her?
Yeah, it was September 18th.
And did you, through that conversation, did you learn if JJ had any special needs?
Yes. So she mentioned, yeah, he has autism and that he had difficulty focusing at times and had some behavioral difficulties at times. And yeah, that he needed extra help.
When you met with her, did she say anything about her husband?
She did. She mentioned as we got to know each other that they had just moved to Rexburg from Arizona and that her husband recently passed away from a heart attack and that JJ was kind of struggling to understand that.
Did she tell you anything else about JJ?
Not really that day, just yeah, that he had autism and some difficulties.
Did she speak with you at all about a daughter named Tylee?
She didn't mention her name, but she did say she had a daughter that was living in town, attending college, and that sometimes she would come to visit and do laundry or come home for dinner, and sometimes would babysit, but that she didn't like babysitting without being paid. And so she wanted someone else to come in and help her.
And so, from your understanding, was this daughter living in a separate location than Lori Vallow?
From what I understood, yes.
And this was on September 18th of 2019.
Yes.
Did she hire you to watch JJ?
Yes. So we had discussed coming in the future and coming the next day. She needed to go to the airport to pick up a friend and she needed some help watching him just for a few hours. So I came the next day on the 8th or the 19th to watch JJ.
Did she, and approximately how many hours did you watch him that day?
I want to say 3 to 4 hours.
Did Lori say anything to you about JJ's medications?
She did. She, when I arrived, explained like what to feed him and some activities to do. And then also that if she got home later, that I could give him some medication to help him sleep.
So tell us about watching JJ. What do you remember about that experience?
I remember him playing with the neighbor kids the majority of the time, and it was going fine. He was a fun kid, and he eventually went over to the next door neighbor's house to play. And I fed him some dinner before he left. And eventually his mom was going to come home soon. So I went back and picked him up from the friend's house. And he seemed really upset and just sad. They had a little tiff about sharing toys or something. And he was pretty upset. And I tried to calm him down best I could, but he had some behavioral difficulties calming down and was getting a bit aggressive and angry.
Did you have any other contact with Lori Vallow that night?
I did. So she came home from the airport with her friend, and her brother was there, and she tried to help me calm down JJ. And just in the midst of kind of him freaking out, I just left and she paid me. Um, yeah.
Did you have any further communications with Lori Vallow?
I did. So a couple days later, I messaged her again, hoping to work again. This, from my understanding, was going to be a longer term job that I could work for her few times a week as she needed it. And asked when I could come back. And she said that JJ went with his grandparents for a month and that she was in Hawaii for a month. And that after that month had passed, I could reach out to her again to reschedule another time to babysit.
And did you ever try to do that?
I did. Yeah, I called her and texted her and never got a response back. From that point on, I didn't speak with her at all.
So you never heard from her again?
No,
Did Lori Vallow ever mention the name Chad Daybell to you?
no,
Right. So you, through your contact with her, you never heard of a Chad Daybell?
no, never.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has for now.
All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
It's still morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Do you have a recollection of about what time Lori Vallow returned home?
I don't know for sure, but it was around dinner times, probably around 5 or 6 at night.
Okay, you mentioned that it was about 3 or 4 hours that you watched JJ, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then and this was Thursday, right?
Yes.
And then what time did you arrive to start the babysitting?
I don't know for sure, but must have been 4 hours before that. So around maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I don't know for sure though.
And you mentioned that you fed JJ that day. You fed him dinner.
Yes, yeah.
Is it possible it was after dinner?
That what was after dinner?
When Lori Vallow returned?
Yes, yeah.
So you don't know about what time after dinner, though?
No, not for sure.
Okay. Okay. Now, before you started babysitting JJ that day, Lori warned you about some behavioral problems, right?
Yes, yeah.
Warned you how to distract him, do things to distract him, show him a show,
Yeah.
or keep him preoccupied because JJ suffered from a form of autism, from what I understand, correct? Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And when Lori left, did she leave with anybody?
Yes, she left with her brother.
Do you remember what his name was?
I believe it was Alex.
Okay. And do you know about what time they left?
I would guess around 1 o'clock. Shortly after I arrived, they left.
Okay. Okay. And they were going to pick up a friend on Thursday that day, correct?
Correct.
And do you know the name of that friend that they were going to pick up Thursday afternoon?
I did not.
Did you happen to see her when she arrived?
Yes.
Can you describe what color her hair was?
It was a long time ago.
Okay.
But from what I remember, I want to say blonde,
Okay.
but honestly, I don't remember for sure.
And a slender lady.
Yeah.
Did anybody mention the name Melanie by any chance?
I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
At some point later, did you find out who that other friend was?
No.
Okay. And you noted I read the officer's report about the interview with you. You noted that she came in and she didn't have any luggage with her.
Yeah, that's correct.
That struck you as kind of odd.
Yes. I didn't know how long she was staying, so or maybe she left it in the car. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
Yeah.
But she didn't come in with the luggage, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you noted that there were some behavioral problems with JJ right off the beginning, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Something about going upstairs and he knocked a mirror on the bed or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
He was just kind of freaking out and when we came home from the friend's house, he kind of threw like the ottoman and a chair down, and then he ran upstairs and wanted space. And I heard something fall, and it was the mirror. So I went up to check on him to make sure that he was okay. And I saw that, yeah, it was broken.
So from what I understand, you're telling me is that Lori Vallow warned you ahead of time that JJ had some behavioral problems.
Correct.
Maybe not to the extent you experienced though, right?
Yeah.
And this was a handful of activity with JJ, right?
Correct.
Throwing a lot of things, correct?
Yes.
Misbehaving, tantrums,
Yes.
throwing things upstairs, throwing things downstairs,
Yes.
climbing up and down all over the furniture.
Yes.
And this was on the 18th, Thursday, the 18th of September, and you were alone with JJ when all of this was going on, right?
It was the 19th.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
19th, Thursday, the 19th.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then at that point, after you had sort of straightened things up in Lori's house, you went over to pick him up with the friend, right?
No, he was upset and throwing stuff after the friend's house.
Okay. But before he started throwing the stuff, he was over at a friend's.
Correct.
And was there a little bit of drama over there as well?
Correct.
Talk about that with me a little bit. What kind of drama did we have while he was over at the friend's house?
From what I remember, they were just upset about a toy or sharing a toy,
Okay.
and JJ had a hard time doing that.
Okay. So when, and I'm bouncing around for a reason, so please bear with me. When the person who showed up from the airport on the 19th, the only people in the house at that point would have been the person they picked up at the airport, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and JJ, right?
Correct. Yes.
And at no point during that time did you ever see anybody else at the house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You never heard anybody mention the name Chad Daybell, did you?
No.
Now, were you aware that JJ and Tylee had a very close relationship?
No, I wasn't
Okay.
aware.
But interestingly, you noted to the officer that when when Lori and her friend and Alex got home, you told Lori about, JJ's behavior.
Correct.
And to some extent, it was still going on, correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, you made note of the fact that Lori seemed to be acting in a particular way towards JJ, right?
Correct.
And you said it appeared to be a little overwhelming. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I felt, and maybe I was judging, but I felt as if she was too comforting to him and didn't try to correct that behavior. Because to me, throwing chairs and breaking stuff isn't an appropriate behavior. And instead of correcting that, she was more just emotionally there for him and like being very sweet and kind to him, which I guess is a loving mother. But to me, that was a little strange that she wouldn't correct that inappropriate behavior.
Right. And you viewed her behavior as over nurturing?
Yeah.
She went over the top.
Correct.
She was cuddling him too much.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And all of this behavior that you saw, the active behavior by JJ at that time, did that continue on while you were there? Lori was there, Alex, and this other person?
He seemed to calm down a little more once she came,
Okay.
and it improved a little.
Okay. And lastly, while you were there, the person that they picked up at the airport, when all of this behavior was going on and you were trying to explain to Lori, did the person who they picked up at the airport, did she ever use the word zombie?
No.
Did Lori Vallow at that time ever use the word zombie to describe Alex's erratic behavior?
No.
Did Alex Cox ever use the word zombie to describe JJ's erratic behavior?
No,
Did anyone in that house at the time, when JJ was acting up, use the word zombie?
no,
Did you ever hear the words from JJ using the words zombie?
no.
I have nothing else.
All right.
Nothing on redirect.
All right, that concludes the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for appearing today. Will this witness be recalled by either side?
Not by the state.
Ms. Pryor?
No, Judge. Oh,
Okay,
it's on, Judge. No.
all right, that concludes your testimony then. You may be released. Thank you for appearing today. All right, state have another witness lined up to call before we start lunch.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Josh Wilson.
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn and taken the stand, I am going to inquire about the court's exclusionary order. This case is being live streamed on the court's channel, and I want to inquire, have you observed any of this trial testimony before you took the stand today?
No, Judge.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony that's been given in this trial?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wilson, can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
David Joshua Wilson, Wilson.
And you go by Josh?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Madison School District in Rexburg, Idaho.
And what is your job title there?
I'm a building principal for Kennedy Elementary.
And Kennedy Elementary School is in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Were you employed as the principal of Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg in 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall a former student named Joshua Jackson or JJ Fallow?
Yes.
When, if you recall, did JJ enroll at Kennedy Elementary?
The beginning of September, I believe September 3rd was his first day of 2019.
Do you recall who, if anyone, accompanied JJ to enroll him in school?
Yes, his mother, Lori.
What, if anything, did his mother, Lori, tell you about JJ's enrollment?
That they were moving from Arizona. Her husband had just passed away from a heart attack, and that they were moving to Rexburg to be closer to family.
How long was JJ enrolled at Kennedy Elementary?
3 weeks. I believe his last day was September 21st.
And do you recall having any communication with Lori Vallow or anyone else about JJ's enrollment at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes. Mom had contacted the school. We were trying to get a hold of her to finish some assessments. JJ had special needs, and so we were in the process of finishing up assessments to see how we could help him be successful at school. We were trying to get a hold of Mom to finish that up, and Mom had informed us that they were moving, or that JJ would be moving to Louisiana.
And just really quickly, how did she communicate that to you?
Over the phone.
Okay, so, and what else did she tell you, if anything?
During that conversation, I had indicated that once they get over to Louisiana, just have that school that they enroll into request records, and we would be happy to pass those along. She then indicated that they weren't going to enroll in public school, that they were going to homeschool, that they had a cousin with similar needs and that they would be homeschooling. And then I informed her that we would house JJ's records there at Kennedy. And whenever they chose to enroll in public school again, whether it be back in Rexburg or somewhere else, that's where the records would be.
And at any time after that conversation, did you receive any requests for JJ Vallow's records?
No.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
Refer you as principal, or how can I refer to you?
Sure. Principal.
Principal?
Yep.
Okay. So principal, from what I understand, the discussion with Miss Fallow was by way of a phone conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
Did at any time was a child enrolled in the school at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes.
And did that child attend the school?
Yes.
And for how long a time did that child attend the school?
About 3 weeks.
Okay. And during that initial phone conversation with Miss Fallow, did the name Chad Daybell ever come up?
No.
Did you ever see Chad Daybell at the school picking JJ up?
No.
Did you ever have any mention of any kind whatsoever in the 3 weeks that JJ Vallow was at your school of the name Chad Daybell?
No.
I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. Is the state intending to recall the witness?
No, Your Honor, he can be excused.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for testifying. You're excused from any subpoena, and you can step down. Thank you. They have another witness lined up.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Wynn Hill.
Thank you.
That or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hill, now that you've been placed under oath, let me just ask you a few questions before you testify. Because this case is being broadcast and available for public view, I want to ask if you have viewed or listened in on any of the testimony in the trial up to this point.
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they provided?
Nope.
All right, thank you. Ms. Beatty, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Yeah. My name is Wynn Hill, Hill,
And sir, where are you employed?
at Brigham Young University, Idaho,
And where is that located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you been employed by Brigham Young University, Idaho?
Yeah, I've been there 18 years.
What is your current job title there?
I'm a therapist in the counseling center.
And prior to being a therapist in the counseling center, did you have a different job title?
I did. I was the dean of students there.
Were you the dean of students in 2019 and early 2020?
I was.
And in February Well, let me back up a little bit. As Dean of Students, did you have access to a student file management system?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have a student management system. Yes.
Does that system allow you to look at it to determine who is currently enrolled?
Yes.
Does that system allow you to look at who may have been enrolled in the past?
Yes.
Does it allow you to look at who may have applied to the school and not necessarily enrolled?
Yeah. Anyone who starts an application. Yes.
Were you contacted by law enforcement in February of 2020 to do a records check on an individual named Tylee Ryan?
I was. Yes.
Did you check that individual in the student file management system?
I did. Yeah. They asked me to check the name Tylee Ryan, Tylee Vallows, and Tylee Cox, date of birth 9/24/02, and I did check that. Yes.
Were you able to determine if this individual was a current student?
Yes. They weren't. In fact, we had no record of any of those names.
Did you have any record that this individual had ever even applied to
No.
BYU, Idaho?
Nothing.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
No notebook, so it's going to be short. Did you ever have an occasion to talk to Lori Vallow on the phone?
No.
Did you ever discuss an application with anybody? Alex Cox, Lori Vallow?
Nope.
Did you ever discuss an application, or did anybody in your organization discuss an application with a Tylee Ryan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and obviously you'd never heard the name Chad Daybell in relation to any application process for Tylee Ryan, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, nothing else, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Either side intend to recall the witness?
No, Judge,
No,
no.
Your Honor.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then. Thank you for appearing. You're released from any subpoena, and you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, I discussed in a sidebar with council scheduling for the day. The morning's gone more quickly than the state anticipated in terms of lining up their witnesses. We're going to take the lunch recess at this time. We will take a longer break today in order to allow for appearance of afternoon witnesses. So the lunch recess will begin and we will come back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock. Does that work with the state
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll be in recess until then.
All right, please.
Well, here we are. We got an hour and a half lunch, and we're going to be chatting in the chat room and talking amongst ourselves here. And so what we probably need to do is, no, it's not a 2, it's an hour and a half lunch though, because he said 1 o'clock Mountain Time, and so that's 2 o'clock, I guess. So it's an hour and a half. We've got an hour and a half to entertain. I wish I could sing or dance or tell a joke or any of that. But everybody needs to get something to drink and eat, and probably you can. Why so long? Just me. He said that they had gotten through with their witnesses quicker than they had thought, and so they don't have anybody lined up to start. And so I'm guessing maybe they are going to have to, the ones who are going to testify this afternoon, they may have thought that they were going to testify tomorrow. So I don't know. You might want to know, because if I was going to testify, I would probably have my testifying outfit. And I would probably be, which would be my most comfortable outfit that said, don't look at me. And so if I had planned that, I'd want to know what day I know that's a silly thing, but I'm just saying, wouldn't you want to know to get prepared at least a few minutes ahead of time? Brush your teeth or something? LaMesa says she has to go to a meeting, but she believes that Colby is going to be after lunch. You didn't miss anything, just me. We're going to have an hour and a half to have lunch. I know. Trey says, geez, it's only 10:30 here. We're already had mid-morning break and lunch. I know. Ravina says, of course, in our way, there's a hierarchy. Uh-oh. I lost my comment while I was reading it. Let me pull it back down so I can see it. Ravina Denver says, of course, in our way, there's no hierarchy. The idea of chosen human sounds really ridiculous from the way I see the world. The idea of a chosen humans sounds really, yeah. Brigham Young, Ravina says, Brigham Young called him king, called him Napoleon of the desert. He was smarter than 10 Brigham Youngs and braver, and took care of all his tribe well. Well, now I lost the comment before I could finish reading it. There were no one. There were no one above the other in him. So, Gene P said September 3rd. I think I'm about to cry. The principal probably had to have serious cancel over losing our precious JJ. I know. They were planning on ways to help him. And she had stopped giving him his medicine. Melanie Gibb's husband said that JJ was Okay. JJ was nonverbal, but we've all heard videos of JJ talking. So I guess without his medicine, and honest to God, I might ignore David, I forgot his last name. Melanie's boyfriend, David Warwick. I probably would ignore him too. I actually listened to a little bit of David Warwick yesterday, and he is really hard to deal with. Ravenna Denver says, I wonder if grizzly bears argue about who loves the creator more. Marilyn, if there's an address, I'd like to send a condolence card to the family for the memorial service. I will get that for you, Marilyn. Ravenna says, if Lori cared at all about anyone but her damn self, she would have been feeding JJ. She would not have been feeding JJ all that crap. That messes with your neurodivergence in the worst way. Yeah. She was not. That's what I'm saying. If you were planning on like living off the land and being a prepper and baking your own bread and stuff, if you've got a kid that, and I would be the same way, because you know how little kids are. Sometimes they get spoiled to certain things. I think, and he would only eat, what was it, chicken fries or chicken straws, whatever. I'm not sure that's what that is, but my son liked chicken nuggets and not much else. So, I mean, I understand it, but if you're planning on being a prepper girl and living off the land, you really would not want to get your kids spoiled to eating stuff that you can't get whenever you're in prepper land. You don't want him crying to go to Burger King when you're supposed to be in a white tent in the desert. Sprite for breakfast for a 7-year-old. Come on now. Yeah, that's true. I don't know who Lori thought she was fooling with, because I can imagine Lori grinding wheat into flour and then making bread and all that. If you were at all a prepper or a land lover, you'd understand food. I guess that's true. Ashley Shannon says Lori was withholding JJ's Risperidone, I believe, and it doesn't matter what medicine. If you never go cold turkey, hold meds that, especially meds that are long-term mood stabilizers. I know it. If you get off of your antidepressant for a few days, you'll be all acting crazy and throwing stuff and crying and stuff, and you expect the kid not to? I think Ravenna says she thinks Lori was an incredibly lazy mother. She spent all her energy on herself, manipulating people, hanging mirrors for her to dance. Yeah, that was me, that last part. Sulan Dornbo says, I heard autism referred as neurospicy. I'm a little of that, as is my grandson. I think that a lot of people are that. Excuse me. She's a child, no less. Excuse me, y'all. I got a cough. I hope that thing worked. The next few days will be doozies. Yes, they will. Gene P says, Ravenna Denver, I'll do fairness. JJ didn't just have Sprite for breakfast. He had chicken fingers from Burger King, and it's his favorite. I know. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even know what chicken fingers really are, but everybody needs to have some good, wholesome something to eat for lunch while we're on this break. I know sometimes we're listening. We put off going to the bathroom, put off eating, put off stretching, get up, move around, get you something to eat. Carolina Hurtado says, I believe that's why she and Alex killed Tylee. First, because she knew the whole truth, and because she loved and protected JJ. Lori moved to Rexburg to alienate them from everyone and everything. Poor JJ. Isabella Moray asked the question, did JJ speak much? I think he did speak. Krisha has several videos of him talking and saying things. And she's told us about stuff that he has said that was very ingenious. So he was not nonverbal. He was off his medicine and probably didn't want to talk to David Warwick. Thumbs up to that. Ability rights. Gifts come from all levels of spice. I like that. Gene P says, Ravenna, you hit the nail on the head. Even in Lori's recording, Melanie said that she used somebody to say, said she had to use somebody to say they have JJ. Remember that. Chad is just another notch in her belt. She did say that. And then she's like, well, that don't sound good. Bewitch says, I knew Mormon mommies who fed their kids fast food crap with all the information on the nutrition. This makes me mad. Not providing proper nutrition is a form of neglect. It's a lot of them being neglected too. Let's see what it says here. Oh. Ravenna Denver says, honestly, if you want for the non-Mormon families of Charles and JJ that, it moved away from me again. If it were not for the non-member families of Charles and JJ, they would have gotten away with it. Kay's way was the only one looking. Well, I've gotten lost on my comments, so y'all have to forgive me. Yeah, that's right. Carolina Hurtado is speaking to Isabella. She said JJ spoke efficiently and sang, according to Kay. JJ was very intelligent, spelling, reading, and difficult words. JJ also helped Kay make some gumbo. He was a very sweet boy. That's right. And remember, there's a recording of JJ singing karaoke with Larry, turn out the lights, the party's over. Yeah, he was singing that with Larry. Soul's Eyes Jules says, I think this inner circle knew for sure, though. I do too. Ravenna Denver, those interviews with Brandon's friends, they knew those kids were in danger. They didn't say anything at all, just ran and hid. Oh my goodness. Zero says this. Zero says, well, shoot, I lost your comment, Zero. Now I got to find it. Zero says, I used to be a pastor's secretary. Women in the church see the leader as the highest price. Isn't that crazy? And you would think church, you wouldn't be like that. But I've heard that before. JoJo says not going to be popular, but I got a little boy with autism. JJ had a little better palate than all 11 kids in my son's class. They have food issues often, only eat 2 foods commonly. Well, yeah, I can see that. My nephew, Levi, it's the texture of the foods and stuff about it. I don't know exactly, but the textures and things. And he only has a few things that he eats. And they're working on getting him to eat other things like pizza, and I think he does like chicken nuggets too. But yeah. I guess whenever it's a kid like that, you're just glad to get them to eat anything. So's I was Jules sitting on my hand today because this case and these people will get me in trouble for sure. I know it. I feel the same way. Gina. Was Gina 2521 that said that? Eliza Justice, people don't understand autism. That's true. Carolyn A says, yes, it was so sweet. Bewitched. I could read to know the lyrics and sing along. Isabella Marie says, my boy has ASD, 14 years old, and finally got him to try ham this week. Very sensitive to the smell and taste. See, I've heard that. And yeah. Liza Joe, I think Alex had a head injury. Seriously, I think he did have a head injury somewhere along the way and didn't like progress, past his teenage years as far as maturity. But I can't remember the details of that, so don't hold me to that. But it seems to me that he did have a head injury. Cherokee Girl 47 says, I have a 19-year-old nephew who is autistic, and he's brilliant. Last week, my little Levi, I'm trying to think, I guess he's 8 now. Anyways, he's playing t-ball, I guess it is, or softball. And he hit the ball the other day, and his mama cried. I cried too. And, but he forgot to put the bat down. He carried the bat to the base, but still, that was a whole lot for, because when Levi was born and they were first finding out that he had autism, they didn't know what he would do or what he would be able to do. So it was a big deal when he hit that ball with that bat. Aunt Donna can't hardly hit a ball with a bat. Nobody would pick me to be on their team. So I think that was a really big deal. All of their successes should be celebrated too. Bewitched says, oh, there's a pecking order for sure. Bishop's wife and Relief Society presidents are the upper echelon. Well, that makes sense. And you get no extra training for that. And those are volunteer positions that people don't get paid for, too. Bishop and Relief Society president. Ravina Denver says, Bewitched, I could think hungry like the wolves and couldn't get any creepier after Diane Downs. Then I heard Alex and Melanie. I know that's right. It's some creepy stuff. Carolyn A says autism requires structured and daily routine. Yes, it does. And my niece, the mother of my nephew, Levi, she's a school teacher, and she is very structured and careful, and they really work with him, and he has special teachers that work with him. I just thought I would die when they put him on the school bus I said, why are they putting him on a school bus? He can very easily be took to school and dropped off and all that. But they wanted him to learn to do the things that other kids do. And he wanted to do it. I cried. He was happy to get on that school bus, and I cried. So he had to, learn some things. That's true. Trey says autism varies in everyone. People think they see one kid and all of them look like that, but it just varies. It varies how boys and girls display issues. My neighbor, my neighbor is a little younger than me, and her son lives at home, but he has a job, and he's had a job for years and years and years. He worked for Sam's Club for years and years. I'm not sure exactly what they had him doing. He has autism, and now he's working for FedEx. He's got retirement money saved up, so bought a car and everything. Clancy says, confused. So is Chad's defense be that he was just hanging out with an odd group of friends? He was so smitten with Lori, he hardly noticed the series of murders surrounding him? Ludicrous. Clancy, I'm like you. I don't see how this helps him. I really do not see how all this helps him, because even if he was hanging out with a bunch of odd people and he was so smitten with her, he should have noticed the kids weren't there. You got kids, you don't got kids. Where are the kids? He never once asked about it. He was talking about how, they were gonna I'm trying to remember the words that she used, but they were gonna the plan for the kids or whatever. There's just so much text message stuff that, if they'd never found the kids, that's one thing. But everybody knows what the end of it is. I don't see how this is helping him. It can only confuse the jurors and maybe get one of them to be confused enough to let him off. I guess that's what his plan is. I'll say one thing, Chad is helping him. Let's see what the new comments are here. Joe Ravina says, Ravina says, I was diagnosed with ASD before they even thought girls could have it. It's come a greater understanding of my lifetime. And Jojo says, Ravina well said, we found out because he was spelling out giant words with his letter set when he was 2 years old. Yeah, well, that is something, Ravina. I think that my nephew Levi was like lining up things geometrically and stuff to the unusual percent. Lenny says Lori got attention through JJ when he was little. As JJ got older, she didn't want him, stripped him of everything he loved and needed: his home, his dad, his dog, his sister, his meds, everything. I know that's really correct, Lenny. Ravina Denver says Tolly would be 22 years old. That would be 22 this year. She's the same age as my daughter. It's so sad. Bewitched says, Saul's eyes, one flew over the cuckoo's nest was a film across the street. That was another conversation. Trace, it changes things after these awful acts against children are uncovered. It really does. I don't know what changes you're talking about, but that's true. Diane, Trace on the case says, Diane also opened a surrogate parenting business here, Tempe, Arizona, but it didn't go far. It's very weird reading that book when all of the places they're talking about are surrounding you. Oh gosh, I'll have to look that up. Radvina Denver, Jojo, I can relate. I won every spelling bee in elementary school, first grade and on, even against sixth graders. I love spelling. Isabella Mari says, Tylee's 22 years. So many milestones missed. That's really true. Carolina Hurtago says, I once asked the psychologist, how can people who do these things live with themselves? Her reply was that because they are selfish and narcissistic, along with no conscience. Soul's Eyes Jewel says, me too, Trace. That was my favorite album at the time. I couldn't feel the joy of it anymore after the Downs case. Let me look back up here and see what the song was. Hungry Like the Wolf. That's the song. I'm glad I don't know what you're talking about because it seems like it would be upsetting. Yes, Trace, in the case, Lori ruined the Hallelujah song for us too. Jojo says, Ravina, my first thought, he's brilliant. Call it what you will. Cyber chase, possibilities, necessity. Pa's first words he spelled. I saw that, but I didn't listen to KD Lang singing Hallelujah. I think you could even be a bad singer, and that's a pretty song, but like you said, Bewitched says, Isabella Marie, that's true. True that. She could have been through college or training and be totally independent right now, planning trips, visiting friends. It's very sad. Lenny says, thanks, Trace. I was just wondering. Bewitched, the song was featured in the movie, same as how Lori ruined that song. Ravina Denver says, Jojo, I liked it because it makes so much sense. Spelling. I also talked really early. It was, I don't know what that means. I still have that and do it all the time. I love repeating words over and over again. I don't know who's going to be back, Liza Joe, but a lot of people think it will be Colby. Some people think it could be Melanie Gibb's husband. The sooner the better, so they don't have time to talk amongst themselves. Trace on the case said Diane's father essayed her chronically. There's a police report where her father had been found in the car with her crying, and she made the excuse she had not gotten a shot, that she had just gotten a shot. Oh, Donna, you have to watch Katie sing it live. It will erase any thought of Lori butchering a song in your mind. Okay, I will. So Josiah says, yes, I remember. I knew Ken Kesey. He lived not far from me. I'm still friends with Faye and Zane. I don't know them, but Maria P says, same with Melanie P. She was there when these kids were murdered. Yet she is free. I agree, Maria P. Clancy says, I know narcissism is overused word, but the way Lori used and manipulated people, charmed and loved them till they were deemed unnecessary, then discarded them literally. Just discarded literally them so easily. Textbook. Yes, I agree. I know Lori and another skin. Jojo says, Ravina, that's good news because that's him now. And I asked him what happened. He says, it's back to me. I don't know. Trace on the case says, yes, she is 1 year younger than my girl. Bewitch says, Trace, that's horrible. We need laws to protect children. She's talking about the Downey children. Ravina says, Trace on the case, that was sad. If we could stop these people from traumatizing these babies, we could stop a lot of the nastiness in this world. We just need one good, untraumatized generation. I never thought about it like that before, but I think you're right, Ravina Denver. Jenny Lenny says, chilly that Melanie's had access to her children. Didn't she have more children? Carolina Honduras said they ruined songs, movies, everything they touched. Bewitch says, I have a question. Do you think they will call Julie Rowe? I don't think Julie Rowe I don't think she would, and I don't know what she would say, really, about them murdering the kids. I don't think she was there, but if she was, I want her to speak. Fancy Nancy says, Donna, thank you for all the help you provide for Cresha. You're a Rick star. I know, I'm a Rick star, a rock star. Yes, I'm here to support Cresha. Jody Justice for Tylee, JJ, and Charles Vallow says, 3 years ago, I was diagnosed with autism. It made so much more sense about my childhood and teenage years. I had so much difficulty growing up, and my parents did nothing about it. I'm so sorry, Jody. Trace on the case is right, Ravina. I do believe Lori was abused by Barry. SA is a perfect way to steal a child's soul. Some made it out okay, but some just do not, and God bless the ones who do. It's really true. We have merchandise. Don't forget that, y'all. We have merchandise. Women's rights are under attack. So only. Isabel Murray says, didn't Melanie Gibb have kids with ASD too? Where were her kids while she was running around with the ex-hubby? That's a good question. I've said that all along. Where are the rest of the kids of these people? Carolina Ace, do you think the neighbor saw something? The one that later died from a heart attack? Yes, I do. I absolutely believe he saw something. The Witch says, Ravina Denver, I think you're right. We need a protected generation. Yes, we do. One that just don't, yes. Terrible. Jenny Lenny, she is disgusting. I don't know why she was not charged with conspiracy to kill her husband. Me either. She should go to the dang casino because she's a lucky bitch. Oh, I didn't say that. Oh, I hope we don't get demonetized over that. Tracing the case, 100% sure he did. Chad even makes reference to it in the ratings. Tracing the case, Donna, when Diana Downs was out on that road shooting, the song on the ride during the shooting was playing over and over. Oh, I see. I didn't know. Carolina Hurtago says Melanie should be sitting in the prison cell with her auntie, Lori, and Melanie Gibb, along with the rest of the witches, and David with Chad Daybell. To catch these devils, his demons, to catch the devils, his demons get to be free to roam. Well, that's pretty smart there. To catch the devils, they let the demons loose. Ravina Denver says, I agree. We need to do this right now. The way we do right now is going to lead our species to extinction. I don't want to be a dinosaur. That's true. We got to do better. Charlotte Bassett says, when I adopted my son at 4, the state told me what you see will be all he will ever do. If they saw him today, they would be so surprised. Way to go, Charlotte Bassett. That is a way to go. She got her little son and he blossomed. Bewitched says nothing changes unless we demand it. I know that. It's so the work it takes to make things change is a whole lot. The work that it takes just to change a mind is a whole lot. Shelb says, still behind on the nanny, hate that there's no redirect. Aren't familiar with autism. That's the impression that I have as multiple new changes, then a new nanny, Lori, for a mom. I know, Shebs. She is really, that nanny was like, I think she ought to, whatever. Poor little kid. Carolina Hertego says, no, Julie Rowe won't be called. She and Eric Smith defended Chad on their podcast in the beginning, angered at where are all of Chad's friends. Ravina Denver says, Shelbs, I would be in a meltdown or even a breakdown over one of the things that happened to JJ. I'm higher functioning than he was. Just Jody for justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, and Ella said if they get Julie Rose, she might bring out her streamers. Just kidding says, Bewitched, so true. I would like to see mandatory mental testing for all politicians and CEOs, etc., and drug testing too. Just kidding. No, I'm not just kidding about the drug testing. They should have to take drug tests. Bewitched, the fact within the case are public. There are too many cases similar to this. If we don't act, we will have a traumatized population. That's true. You know, I talked about the Chumbley trial where the mama and daddy got charged with manslaughter for those children that their son killed at the school. It was neglect and having knowledge of the situation and being able to do something about it in time to prevent, more things from happening. And Melanie Gibb should have acted faster for a fact. Zero says, Lori was groomed to be slim, blonde, perky. She was expected to be a cheerleader. I don't think she was SA'd, but she was sexualized. If she had studied something else, life would be different. I don't know if she was or not. Either way, she's a big mess. Lisa Hayes says, do you think there is any way a juror would find Chad not guilty on all accounts? I don't think so. I hope not. I never gave it a thought that he wouldn't be found guilty. Now, whether one of them might let him off the death penalty, that's another matter. Ravenna Denver says it's not just Mormons, it's everyone. People commodifying their kids, people selling them to Hollywood, Justin Bieber. I mean, there's sick things going on with kids all over them. Poor little kids. Why is the official church? Well, I believe, Liza Joe, that Julie Rowe is excommunicated. Now, why in the world baptized, temple card carrying LDS would go and see her or read anything she writes, that's another matter, because they know that she is, I don't know if she's disfellowshipped or excommunicated or what they did to her for teaching apostate teachings, but I mean, they kind of did say something about her. Some of the others too. I think it was, I can't remember that one that, not Denver Snuffer, but the other one that Precious plays sometimes. Oh. The one that says, Google it on up. I think he got it too, but maybe not. Anyways, they do put some of them out, but not nearly enough is said about this stuff. Trace on the case says Gibb does not have a son, does have a son on the autism spectrum, and it's my understanding that her ex-husband raised the kids when she abandoned them. She don't look like the kind of person that would abandon her kids, does she? But she sure did it. Clancy says, when I was younger, I believe we are the change. Now that I'm old, I think, run, run. But sadly, there's nowhere to run. Well, I'm hoping these kids will be the change. Just kidding, says Zero. She may have been born with no conscience and add abuse, grooming a serial killer. I believe that. Liza Joe, you say Liza Joe thinks that the Crumbleys got railroaded. I think the Crumbleys acted like they were guilty from the time that the shooting happened. And if that's railroaded, I don't know. They just were negligent and didn't take care of their business. School could do better, yes, but I think the school's probably got insurance to cover all that. Parents need to do better. Parents need to do better. Neither one of those parents act like they cared a thing about that boy. If they didn't want to go to jail, they should have acted like something was wrong, because something was wrong. And to keep denying that was something wrong just made them look guiltier and guiltier. I know when people get in trouble, they are tempted to lie and to kind of sway the story so it don't make them look as guilty. If I was telling you a story about something I'd done, I'd try to make it not look as bad as it was too. But nobody's dead in the story I'd be telling. Lisa Hayes says Julie Rose should be called so she can testify about Chad trying to start a romantic relationship. Okay, I guess that would be something that Julie Rowe could testify to, but she also may testify that she's had a bunch of romantic relationships, and that would kind of, I think Julie Rowe might know some stuff, but I think that she might not be that good of a witness, as much as we'd like to question her. Ravina Denver says, Clancy, I think it's our duty and responsibility to support the youth. We really are in dire straits, just the climate change. We aren't going to survive overusing resources. That's true. B Witch says, Lisa Hayes, I agree. Chad harms and months of long, full-blown affairs that they discussed Tammy's demise. Ravina says, Lives Joe, I used to have a t-shirt that said Club Mormon 10%, and you're in. Oh, that's pretty funny. South Eyes Jewel says, I don't think Julie Rowe could stop talking about her gifts long enough to not to inject or implicate herself. What a wacko she is. See, that's what I think. She would look like a wacko, and that might not help anybody. Zero says, Jody, oh yeah, I forgot. I am the only one that thinks Alex could do the dirty bounce without a Woody. Oh, never mind. Carolina Hurtado says, I heard that Melanie Gibb was after David Warwick way before she abandoned her husband and children, and she and David live in 2 different states, if I'm not wrong. The females in their group never content. Well, they're not going to be with the way that's all run. Ravina Denver says, I wish I could find more videos of Julie Rowe. I'm only seen the little car rant she did and the ones she's on the stage dancing like she's at the maypole. Ravina Denver, I'm sure you can order some of them and pay for them, but who wants to do that? Oh, she does TikTok? I haven't seen her TikToks. Julie Rowe has a new name, but I can't remember what it is. If you know Julie Rowe's new name, can you please put it in the chat? Carolina Hurtado says, Ravenna Denver, I found out Julie Rowe's podcast videos on YouTube since she's revamped and changed her looks too, and has a whole new platform. I've searched, but I can't find her channel today. Soul's Eyes Jewel says, I haven't looked for in a while. I'm not sure. Clancy says it's Eyes Wide Open are still the. JoJo says, yes, she goes by Crazy Witch now. Really? They all did. Oh my gosh, y'all. It's going to be 45 minutes till we're only halfway through the lunch break. I'm trying to think what I could do to we could go back because we got 45 minutes. We can listen to David. What do we think it was? David Warwick's testimony at the preliminary. I'm going to see if I can find that. David Warwick at the preliminary. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
Mr. Warwick, if you'll come forward, stand in front of the plexiglass, raise your right arm and face the clerk. Yes. Mr. Warwick, you can be seated right here in this witness box. You can take off your mask when you're seated there. If you'll please put yourself close to that microphone, we're making an audio recording. Mr. Warwick, if you'll also make sure to wait for the question to be completed before you answer the question, and then try not to speak over an attorney if they're in the middle of a question, so that we don't have two different voices going at the same time. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Will you state your name and spell for the record?
Couldn't hear the last part.
Okay, so Mr. Wood, if you'll speak closer to that microphone, it's difficult with this plexiglass.
Sure.
So Mr. Wood, if you'll speak loudly, we'll make sure that Mr. Warwick can hear you.
Mr. Warwick, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
David Dale Warwick.
Mr. Warwick, can you spell that name for the record? Spell it.
Warwick.
Thank you. Mr. Warwick, how long have you known Chad Daybell?
We crossed paths several times in the last 5 years.
So approximately 5 years.
What's that?
So you've known him approximately.
Approximately,
5 years.
yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with Lori Daybell?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you familiar with Lori Daybell?
Yes,
When did you meet her?
I met her in first week of August, 2019,
Where was that?
at her home,
Where was her home?
Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. Was Chad Daybell there?
Yes,
Mr. Warwick, have you ever met Tylee Ryan?
no,
Have you met JJ Vallow?
yes.
When did you meet JJ Vallow?
I met JJ Vallow on September 21st, 2019.
Where was that?
That was at her town, Lori's town home in Rexburg.
Okay. Why were you there?
I was invited, I was coming up for a conference, and I was invited to stay there instead of renting a hotel room. And so that's why I was there.
Okay. When did you arrive there?
I arrived Friday night about 7:30.
And you said you were there for a conference, correct?
Say that again?
You said you were there for a conference, correct?
Yeah, the conference was on Saturday. And so,
And you attended that conference, correct?
yes,
While you were there, how often did you see Chad Daybell?
at the condo or over the weekend?
Over
Sorry.
the weekend?
3 times that I can recall.
Okay. How many times did you see him in Lori's home?
Mr. Warwick, we have a listening device here. I can tell that
Yes.
maybe you're a little bit hard of hearing.
Yeah, I am.
We appreciate you being here. We want to accommodate you. Do you mind if we try this hearing device to see if it's a little bit easier for you to hear?
Yes, that'd be great.
Right there, keep that mic away from him.
Okay, it's just, are they going like that? Oh. Okay.
Is that better?
A little, about the same.
All right, well, let's experiment with it a little bit here. If it's not better, you're welcome to take it off. I want to do all that I can to make sure that you can hear me, hear Mr. Wood, and hear Mr. Pryor when those questions are happening. If there's anything you don't hear, please let us know. We'll speak louder and we'll speak slower. We want to make sure that the testimony and the record is very clear here today, okay?
Okay.
You may proceed, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Warwick, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. I don't recall if you answered my last question. How many times over the weekend of September 20th through the 23rd, how many times did you see the defendant Chad Daybell at Lori's house?
Once.
Okay. When was that?
That would be Sunday, the 22nd.
Okay. Did you have opportunity to visit with Mr. Daybell?
I did.
What did you speak about?
I asked him about his relationship with Tammy,
Who was Tammy?
his wife.
Okay. Mr. Warwick, did you see JJ Vallow in Lori's apartment?
I did.
Did you interact with him at all?
I tried to a couple of times.
Okay. How did that go?
It was like I wasn't even there. He didn't acknowledge me at all.
Okay. And you're aware that he had autism, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the night of September 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
What did you do that night?
We were doing I was doing a podcast with Melanie, Gibb, and Lori Vallow.
Was JJ there when you did your podcast?
No.
Did you see him at all that night?
Yes.
When was that?
When he was staying with Alex, and Alex brought him home and carried him to bed. So
Okay.
when the door opened, that's when
I think that's me. You were just talking about, I believe, Mr. Cox bringing JJ into Lori's house.
yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
I don't recall it exactly.
Okay.
It was later in the night.
Okay. Was Chad Daybell there?
What's that?
Was Chad Daybell there at that same time?
No.
Let's talk about the morning of September 23rd, 2019. What did you do that morning?
I got up to get ready to go. Then I went downstairs to say goodbye to everybody.
Okay. And who was there?
Melanie, Gibb, and Lori Vallow.
Okay. Did you see JJ there?
No,
Did you talk to Lori about JJ that morning?
I did.
What did she tell you about JJ that morning?
She said that he was being a zombie and climbed up on the cabinets, climbed up on top of the fridge, smashed her picture of Christ down, and then climbed up onto the upper cabinets and got between the top of the cabinet and the ceiling.
Okay. And then what did she tell you?
I asked to see him, and she just said that he was out of control. So she had Alex come and get him.
And who was Alex?
Lori's brother.
Okay. Is that Alex Cox?
Yes.
Okay. State has no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Mr. Pryor, if you'll please speak as close as you possibly can to that microphone. I think it's going to be a lot easier to hear.
And Mr. Warwick, at any time you don't understand my question, would you please ask me to state it again, please, sir, would you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Warwick, would it be a fair statement that Mr. Daybell only showed up the entire weekend from the 19th to the 23rd at Lori Vallow's apartment one time?
That's what I can remember.
Okay. So to suggest, or if anyone suggested that he was in and out of there multiple times, that's just not a true statement, would it? Is that correct?
I'm not sure about that either. I know I saw Chad throughout the weekend at least 3 times. I'm trying to remember if it was twice at Lori's or other places because we went to other properties.
But when someone suggests multiple times, that means more than 3 or 4 times. And that's just not
Objection.
true.
It means more than once.
Hold up.
Foundation is testimonial.
Hold up. So Mr. Warwick, if there's an objection, if you'll make sure to stop testifying, I'm going to rule on the objection and then we'll ask you to continue forward. The question was multiple times insinuates 3 or 4 times, something to that effect.
More than 3 or 4 times, Judge.
More than 3 or 4 times. Mr. Wood, your objection?
That's testimonial.
Mr. Pryor, do you wish to respond to that?
Well, it's not testimonial, it's a question, and for us to clarify what the fact that there may have been a suggestion he was there multiple times, I get to clarify that.
He doesn't get to create new definitions for words, Your Honor.
I'm not trying to create new definitions for words. I'm trying to clarify what all of the testimony in this case is, and I'm entitled to do that.
Mr. Pryor, why don't you ask the witness what his definition of multiple times is, and then you can go from there.
Mr. Warwick, what is your definition of multiple times?
More than once.
Okay. So 2 times is multiple times.
Yeah, 2 times to be multiple times.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to be going off the best of my memory,
Okay.
to be honest.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. There was one of those multiple times, the 2 or 3 times you saw Mr. Daybell was viewing a piece of property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was at what time? That was on the Sunday, the 22nd?
It was a Sunday. It was Sunday. I can't remember if it was late morning or afternoon.
And who was present at that real estate discussion?
First, it was Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and then Chad showed up later with a realtor.
Okay. And where was that located, that discussion and that meeting?
It was.
May I offer a suggestion to
Well, I'm
you?
trying to.
May I offer a suggestion that it was at a piece of property close to Chad Daybell's?
Yes.
So at that point, Miss Vallow and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Gibb, were there. Then you showed up, and then Mr. Daybell showed up with a real estate agent and himself. So there were 5 of you there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long of a meeting was that, sir?
I'd estimate 30 minutes.
Okay. And when did that meeting end approximately? And I don't need an exact idea, but a ballpark as to when you felt that meeting ended.
I really don't recall.
Okay. And then after that meeting was it late afternoon, early afternoon?
I really don't recall.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Was it in the morning?
If it was morning, I would say it was late.
Okay. But at some point the meeting ended, and then did Mr. Daybell go back to Lori Vallow's apartment at that point?
No.
Did Miss Vallow and your girlfriend go back to Lori Vallow's apartment?
Well, everybody had separate cars, so we all just kind of went our different directions.
Okay. At some point, did all of you meet back at Lori Vallow's apartment that evening?
Please repeat.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't understand the question.
At some point later that evening, did you, Miss Vallow, and your girlfriend, Miss Gibb, go back to Lori Vallow's apartment that night?
Yes.
And you did a podcast, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was what day, sir?
Sunday night, the 22nd.
Okay, and on Sunday night, the 22nd, did you see JJ Vallow?
No.
Did you stay with your girlfriend the entire time during that podcast?
Yes.
And she was with you the entire time, is that correct?
Yes,
So if you saw, if you didn't see JJ Vallow, the likelihood is that she wouldn't have seen JJ Vallow either. Would that be fair, sir?
Calls for speculation, objection.
can I ask a clarification? Oh, sorry.
Hold up there, Mr. Warwick. There's been an objection, calls for speculation. Mr. Pryor, I'll give you a chance to respond to that objection.
Judge, I'm asking what his perception is as to whether or not he was with her the whole time, and whether, is it possible that she could have observed JJ Vallow on that night, being that he was with her the entire time during the podcast? I don't think that's inappropriate in any way, Your Honor.
I will allow the question. Why don't you please repeat it very clearly so Mr. Warwick understands it?
And Mr. Warwick, since you were with Melanie Gibb the entire time during that podcast, if she were to say that she saw JJ Vallow, you would have seen JJ Vallow as well. Would that be fair, sir?
Yes,
Does not, Judge.
Overruled.
Now, at some point over the weekend, this is a 3-bedroom townhome, is that correct?
yes,
Well, Miss Vallow was staying in one room, right?
yes,
And you were staying in another room, correct?
yes,
Was anybody else staying in any of the other rooms?
yes.
Who?
Melanie,
And whose room was she staying in?
Tylee's,
Okay, and you were staying in whose?
JJ's.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not your girlfriend has any kind of an auditory disorder or been diagnosed with a hearing difficulty?
Please repeat.
Are you aware of whether or not your girlfriend has any kind of an auditory or hearing disorder of any kind?
Objection beyond the scope, relevance.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, it goes to perception of whether or not either of them can hear properly. I think it's proper examination. Ms. Gibb had testified a certain way, and I want this witness to confirm that. And I think I'm I think I'm perfectly within my right to inquire about that.
With the objection beyond the scope, there was no direct examination of this witness about an auditory disorder of Ms. Gibbs, so I will sustain the objection.
You're aware of Mr. Daybell's writings, is that correct?
Please,
You're familiar with Mr. Daybell's writings, is that correct?
Objection beyond the scope. We never asked that or anything about that.
Sustained.
Judge, if I may, there was some inquiry about him having familiarity and knowing Mr. Daybell for 5 years. I think I ought to be able to inquire as to what is the extent and his understanding of that relationship that he claims he has had with Mr. Daybell for 5 years. So I would ask the court to, respectfully, I would ask the court to reconsider its ruling.
Mr. Wood, I'll let you respond to that. That is true. There was questioning about the relationship between Mr. Warwick and Mr. Daybell.
If he wants to ask about the relationship, I think that's fine. We did ask about that. We didn't ask anything about Mr. Daybell's books or his writings.
Mr. Pryor, I will allow you to ask questions about the relationship.
Okay, and Mr. Warwick, the nature of the relationship is that the two of you would go to preparedness camps, is that correct?
we've been to preparedness camps, but not together.
Okay, and both of you share a faith in the LDS religion, is that correct?
Yes,
As well as your girlfriend and Miss Vallow also are active and share the faith in the LDS religion, is that correct?
yes,
And you're familiar with Mr. Daybell because as part of these seminars and places you visit over the years, one of them is Mr. Daybell as being an author of fiction books, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, so you're familiar with Mr. Daybell's writings and his fiction writings, is that correct?
not the fiction. I did not read any fiction books.
Okay, but he did write fiction books.
Your Honor, I've already objected. This has been ruled on.
Judge, it goes back to his understanding of his relationship. I think it's perfectly permissible.
As far as the question, have the books been read? It's already been answered that he did not read any of the fiction books. Why don't we go from there? Mr. Pryor, you may
Judge,
proceed.
I think I'm going to move in a different direction if I may.
You may.
How well did you know Alex Cox, sir?
What about Alex Cox?
How well did you know him, sir?
Not very well.
Okay. Would you clarify your answer a little bit for me in terms of what the nature of your relationship with Alex Cox was?
He was at Lori Vallow's home when I met him in August, and he was at her condo when I was there at the condo. And so we, Alex was, he was just a kind of just a fun guy, sense of humor, wasn't taking anything real serious. So we had light conversation,
Okay.
but nothing in depth.
Did you ever have any difficulty understanding what anybody was saying to you while you were having conversations with them while you were at the Vallow residence?
No, it was not.
So you've never had any difficulty in hearing or understanding what anybody is saying to you when you're having a normal conversation with them. Would that be fair, sir?
Objection
Say,
relevant.
please repeat.
Okay, I'm sorry you didn't hear me. Did you ever have any difficulty when you were having conversations? And I'll speak very loudly into this so you hear me. Did you ever have any difficulty having and understanding conversations when you were at the Vallow townhouse in September?
Sometimes there is, but I always ask for clarification.
Okay. Alex Cox, would it be fair to represent to you that your recollection from September 19th through the 23rd of September, that Alex Cox was a frequent visitor to Lori Vallow's townhome?
Yes,
Okay. And at one point, did you ever observe Alex Cox babysitting JJ?
he seemed to take care of JJ really well. They seemed to have a good relationship. And so
They were very close. Would that be fair?
they seemed close to me.
And anybody else, you know, and I don't want to misrepresent, but obviously JJ would have difficulty being with anybody else and would have some difficulty other than Alex. It was difficult for him to bond with other male people. Would that be a fair statement?
That's what I observed.
Okay. Now, I'd like to switch gears a little bit about Tylee. You never met Tylee, is that right?
Never did.
Did you ever discuss with Lori Vallow your girlfriend's relationship with Tylee?
Objection beyond the scope.
The question, Mr. Pryor, was, did you ever discuss with Lori Vallow Mr. Warwick's relationship?
Miss Gibb's relationship with Tylee. Was that a topic of discussion?
And there's been an objection as to beyond the scope. I'll let you respond to that, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, there was some representation about that he didn't have any kind of a relationship with Tylee, and I think I ought to delve into that. If he didn't have a relationship, Miss Gibbs is claiming that she had, I'm not really sure how to define what she said as her relationship with Tylee, but I think I ought to be able to inquire in that a little bit.
I'd also renew my objection based on hearsay. It calls for hearsay.
Well, if Miss Vallow made some representations about her and Miss Gibbs' relationship with Tylee, I think that comes in, Judge.
Ask your question one more time, Mr. Pryor.
Were you familiar with any kind of relationship between Miss Gibb and Tylee?
No.
Were you aware of any difficulty with a relationship between Miss Gibb and Tylee?
Objection. Beyond the scope, we've never asked anything about that of this witness.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, it goes back to any kind of a relationship with Tylee and what he's familiar with. He said he doesn't have a relationship, and he's in at least it appears to be a significant relationship with a partner, and I think I ought to be able to inquire into that.
I'll allow that question.
Were you familiar with any sort of difficulty with the relationship between Miss Gibb and Tylee?
Yeah. Melanie just said that Tylee was trying to remember how she said it.
Right, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm done. I've covered everything that I think I need to cover in this case. Thank you very much, Mr. Warwick. I appreciate it.
Any redirect, Mr. Wood?
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Gibb, or Mr. Warwick, I apologize. Just for a point of clarity, September 22nd, you did a podcast with Melanie and Lori, correct?
Correct?
And your testimony was that JJ was not there during the podcast, correct?
Correct.
Did you see him later that night?
Yes.
When?
When Alex brought him home to put him to bed.
Okay. No further questions.
And Judge, may I follow up, because that did bring up an issue in terms of that, because that's inconsistent with what I recall him previously testifying that he didn't see JJ Vallow. So I think I ought to be given the leeway for at least one very simple question, Judge.
I'll allow that. Mr. Wood, if you want to follow up, if there's a new issue that's raised from the question, I'll allow that as well. Go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
When Alex Cox brought JJ home that evening, and we're not sure about what time that was, but where did he put JJ to bed?
Where did he put JJ to bed?
Where did he put JJ to go to sleep? Where did he
In
lay?
Lori's room.
In Lori's room. Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Mr. Wood?
Nothing further.
Mr. Warwick, you may be excused from the witness stand. Thank you for being here. May this witness be excused
Yes,
from
Your
the
Honor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Warwick.
So we're back. So I just thought, so we're back. So I just thought it would be good to kind of go over what David Warwick said, to have it in our mind. I'm still thinking that he's mixed up, or I'm mixed up one about exactly what happened, about when they went to look at the property. I thought they went to look at the property whenever, well, he said on a Sunday. I guess they had the podcast on Sunday night, that podcast. So, I'm not sure what that, I'm confused in the chat. Okay. Well, it shouldn't be very long till they come back. Well, 15 more minutes. That's quite a long time in Donna conversation. Let me get rid of this banner now. Hide that. I guess I could get rid of it because we're not gonna do that again. Would that be better? And let's see the comments here. Their stories were conflicting, is why we're confused. And I'm just going to say this. If you had been in on this stuff, don't you think you would have talked about it? I mean, when you weren't under subpoena? Or would you just avoid it? We're not ever going to talk about that again. And then Liza Jeff says, sing a song, Donna. Well, that would be funny if I sang that. It's funny that you would ask me to sing "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou," since I live in Soggy Bottoms practically. Clancy says these traditional thinking Mormon women whose primary achievement is to have godly Mormon man to take them to the celestial planet to reign eternal. Not only that, Clancy, they have to pop out them spiritual babies to be born on earth. So even when you go to heaven, women are going to have to maternity. Imagine that. Forever popping out babies to come down to earth to start that whole process again. Liza Joseph, as I walk down to the river to pray, thinking about the good old days. I don't know the rest of it. Maternity for eternity. Yeah. Well, so do we think we're going to get David Warwick? Or are we going to get Colby Ryan? Or are we going to get another technical guy? Wouldn't it be cool if we got Melanie Pulowski? Let me see if I can see any news from Caitlin Hart, whether they're about to get ready to do something over there. So is it going to be at 2:00 or 2:30 when they come back? Be back at 1, so that means that we'll be back at 2. So it's only about 9 more minutes. Okay. Solo Dave says that Lauren from Hidden True Crime said that Colby is going to be next on the stand. Okay. Well, I guess we should have listened to Colby's testimony during the break, so we could familiar ourselves with that. But poor old Colby, I hope he don't be too mean to her. Carolina Hurtago says, difficult research. Donna, let's not forget how LDS believe that the same spiritual babies are all adults before in the spirit world. Always busy, according to, yeah. Always busy. So 3 Eastern time. I believe it's 8 more minutes, but you know how that is. It'll be 15 more minutes. It will not be 8 more minutes. Zero says, Trace on the case. They set up roadblocks. My son, who had been failing in public school, excelled with one-on-one attention, and his self-esteem was healed. Somebody else told me that somebody who had ADD and bipolar, and he said that he went to some classes with the group, but then he went to a class where he just had a teacher. It was just him and the lady going over his stuff. And when he would get distracted, instead of like trying to make him go back and do whatever it was he was doing, the teacher would just go on to the next subject when he'd get distracted like that and just keep the train going instead of fussing at him about, oh, you've got distracted, you need to come back and study this. She would just like go to the next thing. And he said that that's helped him because now when he's like working on something or doing something and he hits something that's a roadblock and he thinks, oh my gosh, what am I going to do now? He just goes on to his other project until he can have this other thing resolving itself. Liza Joe says that Kobe was abused, but by whom was the question? Yes, we want him to call in Peter Griffin from the stand, but I don't think he will. He was raised in a deviant family, and I wonder about RA with that group. You know, it's not genetic, but it certainly goes through families because it doesn't get taken care of. It goes from one generation to the next of messed upness. Deneen Hester, I believe that they're coming back in about 5 minutes, according to their schedule. But we know that they always take longer. So we will see. In 5 minutes, Bewitched said. That's right. That's when they're supposed to come back anyway. So everybody, get your afternoon snack, get your popcorn, get your notebook, get your pens, get your knitting, get whatever you get, and get back in front of the computer because just shortly we're going to be in court again. I know that some of you left to go have lunch and stuff, and I hope you had a good lunch and have got a lot of hydration. Carolina Hurtado says, I hope Kobe is as angry as he was at Lori's first court appearance with her deep red Kool-Aid lipstick, maybe Jolly Rancher Fireball candy. She looked like $3 floozy. She looked like a $3 floozy. I hope he's mad too, and I think he will be. He hasn't met Chad Daybell. He didn't have any idea that crap was going on. I don't know who Pam is. Clancy says, I do have sympathy for Kobe, but also question his relationship with the truth. I know, well, raised in a deviant family. And Trace on the case reminds us, yes, Clancy, we can have both. We can have sympathy for Kobe and question his relationship with the truth. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I do too. I do too. Very exciting. Let's see. I'm trying to. Okay. Well, I'm going to look on the Twitter machine. And see. I don't see anything new from there. So all of the posts are showing over an hour ago. All right now. North Wildling says poor Kobe raised by a pathological liar who actively harms people and had him to lie for her to harm people. She made him deeply codependent, impossible for him to be okay without professional help. Ravina Denver says, I think if he doesn't do some real therapy work, not religious mumbo jumbo, he's going to be angry, hurt, and confused for dealing with this in everyday life. I agree. Trace says, maybe Ravina, if he perpetrates like the history has shown, that possibly there's a recidivism rate is not good. That's true. Musa A says, just kidding. It's 22,000 hours here in the UK. Welcome from the UK, and I know you're wanting to get on it. Me too. North Wilding says, agreed, Verena. He needs deprogramming. That's hard to do. Are we going to hear anything new about Chad? Seems like all a rerun. I guess it has to be a rerun for the what do you call it? For the jury to get it. But I think we will get some more new stuff. But I haven't myself heard anything new that's going to be said. But I mean, boy, howdy, that Emma and Chad phone call in the back seat of the police car was a gem of a video. Ravina Denver says, what he did to his wife pretty much sums up what he's doing. Sums up that he's not working on himself. He's perpetuating the violence. It's really hard. Soul's Eyes Jules says, I think we're going to get some new info. Good. Carolina Hurtado says, I know for a fact Chad Daybell had a green bologna sack lunch with an old orange and nothing to drink. That's how they're fed when inmates go to court. And getting mad being brought back late, hot tray, good. If he goes to Deneen Hester says, if he goes to prison, he may not last long. Trace on the case says, sadly, I agree. Soul's Eyes Jewel says, has she pressed charges again? I thought she dropped them. Man, it's hard to know what to do on some things like that. Okay, y'all, law people, y'all need to stick to the clock now. I'm going to refresh that screen. Don't let it scare anybody. And, well, I guess I am. Okay, I'm going to refresh that screen.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're at the conclusion of lunch. Here's the state ready to have the jurors brought back.
Yes, Your Honor.
And who will be the next witness being called?
Colby Ryan.
Okay, and is the defense ready as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please. Please all present now for you on.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just completed the lunch recess and the state continues with its case in chief. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Colby Ryan.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I'll just inquire, Mr. Ryan, these trial proceedings have been streamed live on the court's YouTube channel and open for public access. Have you reviewed or watched any of this testimony that's taken place?
No.
Oh, and actually,
I was just going to note, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan is not subject to the exclusionary warrant.
I appreciate you
exclusionary
pointing that
order.
out, Mr. Wood. That's correct. So as a statutorily definite, with the definition here, he would not be subject to that. So disregard my inquiry. Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and proceed.
And before I do, Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibits 6 and 4?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, who is your mother?
Lori Vallow.
How many siblings do you have?
4.
Okay, can you tell us their names?
Cole, Zach, Tylee, and JJ.
And Cole and Zach, what is your specific relationship or relation to them?
They're my stepbrothers.
Who was their father?
Charles Vallow.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, that's an admitted exhibit, correct?
Yes, this is States Exhibit 6.
Okay, yes, you may.
Mr. Ryan, do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's my sister, Tylee.
What is your specific relation to Tylee?
She's my half sister on my mom's side.
So you share a mother.
Mhm.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan, do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
And if you need a drink of water, I don't know if there's tissues up there.
Yeah, I'm good.
Who is that?
That is my brother, JJ.
And what is your specific relation to JJ?
He is my adopted brother.
Do you recall when JJ was adopted?
Yes.
Do you know who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
He was my stepfather.
And when you say stepfather, how was he your stepfather?
He married my mom.
How long was he married to your mom?
Over 10 years.
All right. And what was your relationship like with Mr. Vallow?
He was my dad. It was good.
So is it fair to say you were close with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Mr. Vallow passed away?
Yes.
Or Charles Vallow? If I say Charles, we understand who we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when he passed away?
Yes.
When was that?
July 11th, 2019.
How did you hear about him passing away?
My mom called me and told me that he had had a heart attack.
And do you remember about what time of day that was?
Between like 1 and 3 o'clock, something in that afternoon.
In the afternoon?
Mhm.
Did you have any reason to not believe her that that's how he passed away?
No.
Did you have any occasion to go over and to your mother's house that day?
Yes.
And where was that house located?
In Gilbert, Arizona.
Do you know approximately what time you went over?
And I got off at work at 7, so around 7:30, 7:45.
What happened? What was the first thing you saw when you got there?
Tylee opened the door and hugged me, and she was crying. And then I saw my uncle Alex sitting on the couch with a bandage around his head. And then I saw my mom in the backyard, and that was it.
Did you go into the house?
Yes.
Did you see your brother JJ there?
No.
Did you speak with Alex Cox at all that night?
Yes.
How did that conversation go? What did he say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
Statement of a co-conspirator, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Tell us about the conversation with Alex Cox. Well, and before we do that, what was your relation to Alex Cox?
He was my uncle.
And you testified you saw him with something white wrapped around his head.
Yes.
Did you speak to him at all that night?
I asked him what was on his head, and he said that Charles had hit him in the head with a bat and that he had shot him in self-defense.
And is that how you learned how your stepdad died?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else about that altercation?
No.
And did you ever have any other occasion to speak to him about that altercation?
No.
You said you saw your mother that night. And what was her demeanor?
Calm. Unrattled.
What did you think of that?
I thought it was crazy. So I was freaking out, and she seemed to not care.
And did you speak to your mother that night about how Charles had actually died?
Yes.
How did that conversation go?
She told me there was a fight and ran through it very quickly.
and it was just in shock. I can't remember exactly what she said, but she just basically gave me a very quick version of the story.
Did she tell you why she had lied to you earlier?
No,
Do you remember if you asked her?
I don't remember.
Did you ever speak with Lori Vallow about Charles Vallow's life insurance policy?
Yes.
When was, do you know if that happened multiple times?
I know she'd mentioned it growing up. She talked to us about what would happen if either one of them, something happened to them, what would happen. I think it was a few weeks later that she brought up that she was not going to receive any of the money from Charles.
Okay, let's just take a quick step back. When you say a few weeks later, what do you mean a few weeks later?
After Charles was murdered.
And she told you then that she was not going to receive that money.
Yes.
From that conversation, was it your understanding that she had been expecting to receive that money?
Yes.
And okay. When Charles was alive, did you ever have occasion to speak with Lori Vallow about her and Charles's finances?
Yes.
Was that something that came up often?
Yes.
About how often, to the best of your recollection?
I would say maybe monthly, maybe once a month.
And what was the general nature of those conversations?
From what I understood, Charles would work and then receive like a bigger amount of money, and then it would kind of run out, and then they'd make another bigger amount, and then it would run out. So it's kind of the nature of the conversation would be that they were running low on money, something to that degree.
Okay. And was that a common theme then?
Mhm.
And just to be clear, the common theme that they were running out of money.
Yes.
Do you know who Tylee Ryan's father was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Joseph Ryan.
And I know that you and Joseph Ryan have the same last name.
Yes.
Was he your biological father?
No.
Okay. But did you take his last name?
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Ryan is alive or deceased?
He's deceased.
And do you recall when that happened?
Summer of 2018, I think. Something around that time.
You don't remember the exact date?
No.
And were you aware if Tylee Ryan received Social Security benefits after Joe Ryan passed away?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
My mom told me that she would be receiving benefits.
And do you know if she received that monthly?
Yes.
Did you ever receive money from Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
How would that usually happen?
Venmo. She would Venmo me.
Would you ever ask her for some money?
I did, yes.
And about how often would that happen?
Maybe I could recall asking Tylee specifically a couple times. I would mostly ask my mom, and Tylee would be the middleman between those transactions. So I'd ask my mom, and she would tell Tylee to send the money.
Speaking of that, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever send you money by sending it to Tylee, who would then Venmo it to you?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
I would ask my mom, and then she said, okay, Tylee will send it over to you.
Do you recall the last time you saw Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
When was that?
It's August 30th.
And where was that?
It was outside of my work in the parking lot.
Is that in Arizona?
It was in Mesa, Arizona, outside of a gym.
And what was the nature of that visit?
My mom was very vague and said that they were leaving. She brought Tylee and JJ, and Tylee was crying and didn't say anything really. And I hugged JJ, and my mom said that they'd be back in a few weeks to visit.
Did she tell you where she was going?
No,
Do you recall if you asked?
I did ask initially.
But she wouldn't tell you?
No,
Did you receive or did you exchange text messages with Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 2019?
yes,
What was the nature of that text exchange?
I think I had asked her to send money. And I think we had talked earlier that day a little bit. I didn't talk to her directly, but I had heard her voice and they said that they were on a trip. And I think I'd asked her for money. I think that's what it was.
Okay. And did she respond? Do you recall?
Yes.
What did she respond?
I don't remember what she said exactly. I remember her last text that she said was just I love you and I love the girls.
And you said you heard her voice earlier that day. How did you hear her voice?
She was in the background of my conversation with my mom.
Right. And did your mom tell you where they were?
She said they're at Yellowstone Park.
Did you ever have a conversation with Lori Vallow after Charles's death about Tylee's Social Security money?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
So if I recall, she said that Tylee's money was not going to be everybody's money since she
Judge,
didn't
can I
have
have some foundation as to what time, date, place this discussion took place?
So foundation objection, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, I'll ask a few more questions.
Thank you.
Do you recall approximately when that conversation took place?
I don't.
Okay. Was it in person?
I don't recall. I think it was on the phone, maybe.
But it was after Charles's death.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you don't recall the exact date.
No, I don't remember.
What was the nature of that conversation about Tylee's money?
Judge, again, foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yeah. The initial question I had is, how are you going to take care of Tylee and JJ now? And I knew that she wasn't going to be receiving the money. So she said, we're going to supplement some Tylee's money for now. And I'm going to go work. That was what she said. And that was basically the nature of it. She said, we're going to start using Tylee's money to make it through. And I think that I don't know if they were receiving anything for JJ, but that was the nature of the conversation.
Okay. So you don't recall if she mentioned JJ receiving Social Security?
I don't remember, but I know about it. I just don't remember if she said that.
Okay. And do you recall if she said anything about her receiving Social Security benefits after Charles died?
No.
The last time you saw Tylee, was that also the last time you saw JJ? And I think you said that was September or August 30th of 2019.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about November 27th, 2019. Were you contacted by the Gilbert police on November 27th of 2019?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that contact?
They came to our door looking for Tylee and I think JJ as well. I specifically remember them asking about Tylee first.
Yeah. And what did you tell them?
I said I didn't know where they were.
Do you recall if you told them about the last time you had seen them?
I think so. I think so.
At that time, had you been concerned about Tylee?
Yes.
Why is that?
Our conversations were not normal. The way her dialect and her text, the way she spoke wasn't matching up. And I had texted her for her birthday and just things of that nature. Just wasn't getting calls, wasn't getting any contact in a normal way, and was always avoided. So I thought maybe she was upset with me, but I just didn't want to pressure her because I know she'd been through a lot.
And so you mentioned text messages. Was there a change in those messages?
Yes.
How so?
Just little things like if you capitalize the letter I in periods and emojis, just things like that. Things just didn't sound right, and it just felt off when I was receiving those texts.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with her on the phone?
The last time I directly spoke with Tylee was on the 30th with JJ on FaceTime. So the same day that I saw them.
So you FaceTimed with them later that day?
Yes.
And then you never spoke with her again on the phone? But going back to those text messages, did you keep receiving text messages throughout September of 2019?
Yes.
And are those the messages that you felt were different?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond to those messages?
Yes.
After the beginning of September, did you continue to receive money from Tylee's Venmo?
I think so.
Do you recall how often?
I think maybe a couple more times. So maybe 2 or 3.
And did you receive any more money from Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And how would she send that?
So she started sending money after I had not heard from her since that day. She started sending money on Cash App. I think she made a separate account and just tried to send money, and it kept denying it because it was a new account. I think it was all through Cash App at that point at just random times.
Okay. And was it in response to you asking for money, or was it just sent? Do you recall?
It was just sent.
Yeah. After Charles Vallow died, did you ever speak with your mom about her getting married again?
Yes.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
Maybe a few weeks after
After he passed away?
he was gone, yes.
What did she tell you about that?
It wasn't really a conversation. She just said a one-off thing like, I'll be married again soon. And I disregarded her and told her that I think that's crazy, or maybe she's talking about in the next life. It wasn't a real conversation. It was just a comment she made, and I completely dismissed what she said.
So she didn't give you any details about who she was marrying?
No.
When she was getting married?
No.
Other than soon?
Just soon, yeah.
Okay. Did your mom ever mention the name Chad Daybell to you?
I don't think so. No. I know she was becoming spiritual, if you want to call it that, for a long time, but she doesn't. I only knew Melanie. I didn't know anybody else that she was spending a ton of time with in a
And when you say Melanie, which Melanie? are we
Melanie Gibb.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you contact your mother after November 27th when you were contacted by the Gilbert police?
I immediately contacted her after they left.
And what did you say to her?
I asked her what is going on. why are the cops asking me where Tylee and JJ are? And she said, I think she asked me, like, what did they ask? And I said, they asked for Tylee and JJ. And I said, what's going on? And she just proceeded to say, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about anything. And then she's like, that's it. Like, I got it.
At that point, did you know where your mother was?
No.
So she had never told you where she was?
No. We speculated based off of the Yellowstone thing, but I didn't have an idea where she actually was.
And you didn't know she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
No.
And she never told you that?
No.
Did you try to contact your mother on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Did she respond to you?
No.
Did you ever have contact after that with your mother before she was arrested?
I think she sent an email not too long, maybe within a couple of weeks. And the nature of the email was, everything's fine. Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry about me. I've got Jesus on my side, blah, blah, blah. But basically just saying, it's okay. I've got things handled.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon. Can you tell me how old you are?
28.
You mentioned a number of times that you were receiving money from Tylee and Lori. Is that right?
Mhm.
And 2018, 2019.
Yes.
Sound about right?
Yeah.
4, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Financially, is there a reason why they were sending you money?
We were just a young family and I just needed help and I was asking my mom for help.
You were a young family with children of your own?
Yes.
Okay, and just difficulty supporting yourself.
Yeah.
So your sister Tylee was helping out.
Sometimes, yeah.
And that was consistent with her character, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Very caring person.
Very.
Very kind person.
Yep.
She was, in many ways, more of a mother figure to JJ than Lori was. Would you agree with that?
I think she was his big sister.
Right. Very caring of JJ. Very, very protective of JJ. Would you agree with that?
She loved him. Yeah.
And she understood him better than almost anybody, correct?
Sure.
He had tremendous challenges as a young autistic, 7-year-old autistic child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of all your siblings, you would probably say that Tylee was probably the kindest, the gentlest, and the most understanding of JJ. Would that be fair?
Sure.
Yeah. Good. Now, you mentioned that Lori called you to let you know that Charles had died.
Yes.
She didn't tell you that Alex gunned her down in the house, right?
No.
She lied to you.
Yes.
Said it was a heart attack.
Yes.
So you're Lori's son, natural son, right?
Yes.
So Lori Vallow lied to her son the first time, saying that Charles died of a heart attack, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of lying in a lot of places.
And Lori lied a lot to you, right?
Other people too were. Yeah.
But Lori lied a lot to you.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
And then you mentioned the name Melanie Gibb.
Mm-hmm.
Was Melanie Gibb in on this lying to you as well about covering things up?
I didn't speak to Melanie Gibb.
Okay. But Lori and Melanie were the best of friends, right?
You could say that.
Yeah. And Lori met Melanie because Melanie was teaching classes about religion and about various religious topics, and Lori gained an interest in that, and that's how that friendship started, correct?
I'm not exactly sure. She was at our Christmas party one time, and then she was there as her friend. So I didn't know what their exact connection was.
When was that Christmas party?
2018.
Okay. And the two of them were together, and it was abundantly clear that the two of them were very, very close friends, right?
Sure.
Okay. At the time that your mother notified you, you were at work, is that right?
Yes.
So did you get that message while you were actually working, or was it over a break, or how did that transpire?
So I was in the middle of my workday, and she called me, and then I went over there after work
And where were you working at that time?
at Anytime Fitness.
Okay. And so you took a break. Do you need to take a break?
No, you're good.
Okay. You took a break, and your mother called you or texted you and said there was a heart attack.
Yes.
No mention of self-defense.
No.
No mention that Alex shot Charles in self-defense, right?
No.
She was clearly lying to her son, right?
Hmm.
Now, the fight that occurred between Charles and Alex, Tylee was there, and she was implicated in that, correct?
Yes.
And she was present for that fight and that entire altercation, from what you understand, correct?
Objection, states facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Correct?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your father isn't Joseph Ryan, correct?
No.
But are you aware that your mother in 2018 received a sizable life insurance policy from Joseph Ryan?
I am now, yes.
You are now, like right now?
I mean, I heard that later on, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're aware that financially, Lori Vallow had a significant amount of money as of middle or late of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. During this time that there was discussion with Charles about financing, was it Charles Vallow who was the primary financer of the family's expenses?
Yes.
Your mother chose not to work.
She worked, I think, in the beginning, and then I think he just took over. I'm not sure. I was a child.
Okay, so when there was financial issues, it was your mother putting this all on Charles to provide for the family. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you already previously mentioned that you communicate with Tylee at least like once a month. Is that fair, or was it more frequently than that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You communicated with Tylee at least once a month. Was that fair?
Growing up, or
Well,
you
in
mean?
the last couple of years.
Yeah,
Okay,
More
and
than
the manner that you would communicate was by text message.
primarily.
Okay. And how often with JJ would you communicate with JJ?
I mean, it really depends. Tylee and I would see them more often, so I didn't have much time for them not being around.
Okay.
So before that, it wasn't once a month. It was a lot more frequent. They
Right,
lived in the same place, and I would go see them.
Okay. And when you communicated with Tylee, or excuse me, when you communicated with JJ, it was always Tylee there, right? Usually?
Yeah.
Not Lori.
She would be there too.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you saw Tylee on August 30th in Mesa, Arizona. That was the last time you saw them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that Tylee was obviously upset.
Yes.
Did you have any prior information that Tylee just did not want to go to Idaho?
No, because I didn't know she was going to Idaho.
Okay. So she was obviously upset about something.
Yeah.
And it was the day that they were packing up to leave to go to Idaho. Is that right?
Yes.
And prior to that time, there was no indication that Tylee was upset about anything else. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember that? And from August 30th, you then had a FaceTime call with both Tylee and JJ later that afternoon, later that evening?
Mhm.
Do you know about what time that was?
Probably when I got home, so anywhere between 7 to 8 p.m.
Okay, and you don't know where they were at that point though, right?
They were back at the house.
In Gilbert?
Yes.
Okay. They hadn't left, but they were preparing to leave.
They were leaving in the morning, from what I
Was-
understood.
Was Tylee still upset about the fact that she was leaving for Idaho?
Not on the phone call, no.
Okay. Now on the back in late November, you had then had an occasion to talk with your mother, is that right? After the Gilbert police spoke with you?
Yes.
And again, your mother lied to you again.
Yes.
Was Melanie Gibb there
Where?
on the phone? Any indication that Melanie Gibb was there listening in on the phone call?
No.
You don't know whether she was or not, or you just don't know?
I have no idea if she was there.
Okay. Now, your mother's a strong personality, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
She's not someone that people can tell her what to do. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So you think she could be influenced very easily, right?
That's a big gap between not influential and influential.
Okay, but you would agree that your mother is one to speak her opinion when she has an opinion about a subject, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to ever interact or observe the way your mother talks to her friends, let's say Melanie Gibb, how she interacts with someone like Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
And that sort of interaction between them, your mother was a wallflower, or did she tend to speak her opinion when she spoke with her good friend Melanie Gibb?
Can you define wildflower?
Wallflower, someone very passive who wouldn't argue, someone who would just accept the way things are.
She did not like confrontation.
Okay.
She avoided it. So take that for what it is. I don't know.
Okay, so if getting in a discussion with Melanie Gibb, she would avoid confrontation. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in late November, after the police called you, that JJ and Tylee were with Melanie Gibb?
No.
Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Can we redirect?
Just briefly.
Go ahead.
You were just asked about kind of your mother's personality,
Mm-hmm.
Whether she was a wallflower. And you said that you believed your mom had a strong personality. But that
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't recall that testimony.
Overruled.
but you said you thought your mom could be influenced.
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that your mom had become more religious over the years. And you were asked if she could be influenced.
Yes.
Do you believe your mother was influenced by Chad Daybell?
Objection, Judge.
Grounds.
It's speculation. There's no foundation to base what he's basing this on.
It's a question of belief. It's overruled.
100%. I think she could be influenced. Yes.
Okay, and my question was, do you believe she was influenced by Chad Daybell?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. Foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, on that very last point, if you'd like, Mr. Pryor, recross. If not, we'll be concluded with the witness. And just limited to that last line of questioning you objected on, I'll allow recross.
Your Honor, I would just note, I think that question was directly in line with his cross.
Understood. I'll allow the recross.
Judge, am I permitted to go forward?
Yes, but only on that last question or two.
Now, in August of 2018, or August of 2000, excuse me, August of 2019, you had never heard of Chad Daybell, is that right?
Correct.
And you testified previously that your mother said, and please let me get to the quote. And it was a few weeks after Charles passed away, and Charles passed away in July of 2019, right? You said, I will be married again soon, but she didn't specify who she was talking about, right?
Correct.
And at that point in July of 2019, you didn't know very much about Chad Daybell either, did you?
No.
Had never even heard the name, right?
No.
And then in August, almost September of 2019, correct?
Yeah.
You had never heard of Chad Daybell. You didn't even know where or why they were going to Idaho, did you?
No.
And then we fast forward to November, 2 months later, within 60 days, you have a conversation with your mother about where's JJ, correct? And at that point, you'd never heard or mentioned the name Chad Daybell, is that right?
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, you mentioned the fact that your mother, there was a call and a communication where your mother had been locked up. And at that point, you had a confrontation call with her. And at that point, you never heard about Chad Daybell, correct?
No, in December of 2019, there was a release, and that's how we found out that she was married
Okay,
and that the kids were missing, and that's how we found out.
okay. So after December of 2019, after everything started processing, that's when you drew this conclusion that Chad Daybell must be influencing her. It wasn't anything up until December of 2019. Is that fair?
I mean, they ran away together. So
Well, I understand that, but
Yeah.
prior to December of 2019, to your knowledge, Chad Daybell wasn't even in the picture. Is that right?
correct.
Yeah, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of this witness. Is the witness going to be recalled at any point, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, that'll conclude the testimony of Mr. Ryan then. Mr. Ryan, you potentially may be recalled at some point in this case. If so, you'll be contacted either by the state or the defense. Otherwise, you are permitted to step down, and that concludes your testimony for today. Any further witness to call this afternoon? Well, I should say there we've still got time. So who will the state be calling next, assuming we've got one?
Your Honor, the state will be calling David Warwick.
Very well.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, Mr. Warwick, have you viewed or listened in on any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed your testimony with anyone else?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
David Dale Warwick.
Will you spell it for the reporter, please?
Oh, spell it. Sorry. DavidDaleWarwick.
Thank you. And Mr. Warwick, where do you live?
Pleasant Grove, Utah.
What do you do for a living?
A general contractor.
I'm going to ask you some questions, drawing your attention back to roughly 5 years ago. Are you familiar with the name Chad Daybell?
Yes.
How are you familiar with his name?
I think since 2012, if I recall.
When did you first become familiar, or how did you first become familiar with his name?
There was a book that he had done for done a book with Julie Rowe, and I just knew that he was the author or publisher of that.
At any point in time, did you have any contact with Mr. Daybell?
At that time,
At any point in time?
yes.
When did you first have contact with him?
He reached out to me to wanting to do a book with me.
Do you recall approximately when that occurred?
2015 is what I'm thinking that was.
How did he reach out to you?
He's communicated. He's called me, he's texted me and emailed me, and I just can't remember which one was first.
Had you ever initiated any of that contact?
No.
What was your reaction to his request that you write a book?
I just said I needed to think about it, and because of the content, I needed approval from above.
Okay. So did you decide ultimately to write a book for him?
No.
After that initial contact, however it came, did he continue to reach out to you to request this?
Yes.
How often did he reach out to you?
Probably 3 or 4 times over a year.
How did he do that?
Text and email mainly. I think we only had 1 phone call.
What was your reaction to those continued requests?
I just said no.
At any point in time, did you ever have any personal contact with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that first happening?
The first time was at a meeting in Rigby, Idaho.
And tell the jury about this meeting. What was the meeting?
It's they were having a meeting about priesthood power and dealing with the darkness of this world and evil.
Who was having the meeting?
John Miller.
And approximately when did this meeting occur?
If I remember right, it was fall of 2015.
And why did you have occasion to attend that meeting?
Because John Miller reached out to me.
Did you,
asked me to come.
did you know Mr. Miller before this?
I did not.
Did you have any understanding why Mr. Miller had reached out to you?
Yes, I had done a few firesides, and anyway, so people got to know me through others that way. And so he reached out to me thinking that I would be interested in this.
I think you indicated that this meeting occurred in Rigby, Idaho.
Yes.
And where in Rigby was this meeting?
Where?
Mhm.
It was at his home.
Do you recall who all was in attendance at the meeting?
Not everybody. Most of the people I didn't know.
Who do you recall and was at the meeting?
John Miller, Larry Hilton, Tom Harrison, Bob Walker, Hector Sosa. Now, some of these guys I met because we carpooled up. So that's why I remember their names. But then the others that were there, that's where I met Chad.
When you were at this meeting, did you have any occasion to have a conversation with Chad?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what was the conversation about and how did that come to be?
He just came up and said that he was going to go to his house and he wanted me to come over. He said Julie Rowe and a few of her associates were coming, and they actually showed up at this meeting too. And anyway, I said, no, I'm not here. I'm here for this meeting. And I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay because I was asked to be at this meeting by the host. So
What was Chad specifically asking of you?
he just asked me to come with him.
And did you eventually do that?
Yeah, he went and talked to John Miller, and they were having a lunch break. And John said, yeah, go ahead and go. It'll be okay. Just, we can just resume when you get back.
At that point, did you want to go?
No, I didn't, but there was some curiosity to what's going on. So, but I just went out of respect.
And where did you go?
We went to Chad's home.
Where was his home located?
In Rexburg.
What did you do at his home?
We walked around his property, and this is the first time I had met Julie Rowe also. And basically she was helped telling him how the property was to be laid out and organized for tents to be set up and a building to be built for preparations.
Why did Julie Rowe explain this information? What was her basis of understanding?
My understanding is she had a vision, or she was having visions. I wasn't informed on the details of what was going on. It was more of a meet and get acquainted.
Did you recall meeting anybody else at that meeting besides Ms. Rowe? Let me withdraw that and be clear. While at Chad's property, do you recall meeting anybody else besides being there with Chad and Ms. Rowe?
Yeah, there were several other men there, but I don't recall their names.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Chad's wife?
Yes.
And who was that you met?
Tammy.
When did you meet Tammy?
When we were in their living room, Chad had her come out and introduced us to his wife.
Was that at the same meeting that you were there with Julie Rowe that Chad had brought you to?
Yes.
Did Tammy participate in the conversation or walking around the property?
No, she didn't.
Any understanding why she did not do that?
I just didn't feel like she was interested, but that was just my feelings.
How did that meeting eventually end?
When we got done walking around the property, we just left and went back to John Miller's.
Did you have any other interaction with Chad at that point, at that meeting?
No.
Do you recall any other occasions that you met Chad personally after that meeting?
Yes.
When's the next time that you recall having met with him personally?
There was a conference in Brigham City, Utah that I was asked to speak at, and Chad was there.
To the best you can recall, approximately when was that conference?
2017 is my guess. That's the best that'd be my guess. I don't remember exactly.
But it was after your meeting at John Miller's house?
Yes.
What was your interaction with Chad at that conference?
We just talked. I saw him over there at his booth when we had a break, and I went and just talked with him for a few minutes.
Anything of note in the conversation?
No.
Did you have any impressions at that point of Chad's just general nature and his demeanor?
No, he's just, Chad's always been very, very kind, very meek.
Anything else about the way he conducted himself or interacted with people at that point in time?
No.
When's the next time that you recall seeing Chad in person?
At Lori Vallow's house in Chandler, Arizona.
And when did that happen?
August of 2019.
What was your occasion for being at that meeting?
Lori, I was with Melanie and we were doing a couple firesides in Arizona. And Lori called when we were coming back down from the northern Arizona and said, "Hey, we got some friends here. We'd like you." They wanted her to bring me over to meet me. So they said they were just having like a luncheon. She had prepared food and just asked us to come and stop by.
When you say Melanie, are we speaking of your spouse?
Yes.
And who is your wife, just to clarify for the jury?
Who's what?
Who is your wife? What's Melanie?
Yeah.
What was Melanie's last name at the time?
Oh, sorry, Gibb. Sorry.
And you're still married?
Yes.
So who do you recall being at that luncheon or that meeting at Lori's house?
Chad, Lori, Melanie Boudreaux, I think was her name. Alex Cox, Zalima, and then there was a lady there named Julie.
Was it the same Julie Rowe?
No.
During that meeting, was there any conversation that occurred?
Yeah, it was sitting around a table and eating food, and conversation was happening while we were eating.
Anything else? What was the general subject of the conversation while you were at the meeting?
That they were talking about the 144,000 and about the gathering of the 144,000. And
I'm going to pause you there for the jury's sake. When you say they were talking about it, who was talking about the 144,000?
Chad and Lori, but they were all talking about it. It was not really a formal meeting. It was kind of a lot of conversation. And I was just picking up on what they were talking about.
To the best you can recall, what things do you remember Chad or Lori saying about the 144,000?
That they were responsible to gather them. That was their call.
Now, were these things that just one of them was saying? Let me withdraw that. Was Chad saying these things?
I don't remember which one was saying it.
But one of the two?
I would say it was one of the two because they were the host of this meeting.
Any reason to think that they both weren't embracing or believing whatever it is that they were talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
Anything else that came up in that conversation besides the 144,000?
They talked about they all have these special gifts they were given and what they were they talked about they had multiple lives and done things in previous lives.
when you talk about these special gifts, did they elaborate at all on these special gifts?
It was, yeah, there was, I just remember a couple. One was, had power over the elements of the earth and had to be in certain places a certain time to facilitate whatever God was doing.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but could I have some foundation as to exactly which one of these guests was that talking about that?
Mr. Rickson.
Thank you. I'll ask some questions, Judge. So you just mentioned this gift about power over the elements. Do you recall for the jury, who was it at this meeting that had those types of powers?
Zulema.
Were there any other special powers that were mentioned at the meeting?
And yeah, that I can recall, no. That there was, I remember Alex was he either knew or he was told that he was the angel that came to stop Laman and Lemuel when Nephi was being smitten.
Is that an LDS reference?
Yes.
What did Alex think about that or say about that particular belief?
He felt good because he was doing something good. He felt good that he was a good guy.
And during that meeting, did Chad ever discuss with you any role that he might want you to have in this gathering?
At that time, I don't think he did. I think it was for me just to get acquainted.
Did you have any discussions with him about your reaction to some of those things that were being taught?
Yes.
What discussion did you have with him about that?
But that if somebody's going to have the position to call the 144,000, that I felt like that would be a prophet of God that would have that responsibility.
Is it fair to say that you didn't believe that Chad was a prophet of God at that point?
No.
At any point?
No.
So did you tend to agree with some of those teachings that Chad was engaging in that day?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization.
I can respond.
Oh, it's overruled. Go ahead.
Did you have any disagreement? I'm sorry, let me withdraw that. You can ask the question if you remember what it was.
I'm sorry.
I'll re-ask it. Did you agree or disagree generally with the things that Chad and others were teaching at that meeting?
I disagreed.
Do you remember specifically, besides the issue of a prophet, anything else that you disagreed with?
Yeah, they did. They talked about Satan having power to push people out of their bodies and taking possession of them. And then the person's spirit would be stuck in limbo. They couldn't go forward because the body was still alive.
Did you discuss that teaching with Chad at all?
Yeah, I just said Satan was never allowed that power because that's something he wanted to do from the beginning, and God put a boundary there so that he could not do that.
So you didn't believe these things, is that fair? Okay. During that meeting, did you notice anything about the way Chad and Lori interacted with one another?
They seemed really close. I mean, they were, they were really friendly with one another.
When you said really close and friendly, could you describe that more for the jury?
Well, I just noticed when Lori brought the food to the table, she kind of leaned on him as she put his plate down.
What did that indicate to you?
Affection.
For speculation.
Judge,
Sustained.
did you notice anything else about their behavior that indicated to you anything about their relationship?
No.
Had you ever met Lori before that meeting?
No.
And was there another time that you interacted with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that occurring?
It was September of 2019.
And what was that occasion?
I was at Lori's house to do a podcast with Lori and Melanie. And so I was there for that weekend and Chad came over.
When you said you were at Lori's house, where was that at?
It was in Rexburg.
Did you get invited to come?
Yes.
And were you in Idaho for any other reason at that point?
We had just moved my son up to Pocatello, Idaho. So I was coming up to see them and I was coming up for the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference. And then, and Melanie and Lori had been wanting to do a podcast. And so I just kind of made a weekend of it. And my plan was to stay in a hotel in Idaho Falls to be in between both places. But Melanie invited me and said, Lori said, stay here. Don't need to put money in a hotel. We got an extra room for you. So.
And that was in reference to Lori's place?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe Lori's place that you went and stayed at, so the jury has an understanding of the layout?
It was, when you walked in, there was a living room and a kitchen, just one room, and then a stairs on the right that went up to the bedrooms and bathrooms.
And when you arrived, who do you recall being at her apartment?
Lori and Alex and Melanie.
What about children? Were there children there?
JJ.
Did you have any occasion to interact with JJ when you arrived there?
Yes, I tried a couple of times. He was sitting on the couch playing games, and so I tried to just get to know him a little bit, but he was pretty into his game.
Did he respond to you then, or
no?
And do you have any special needs children yourself, Mr. Warwick?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I have a Down syndrome boy
Object. What's the
and with
relevance of
autism.
this?
Hold on. There's a
Oh,
pending
sorry.
objection. I haven't ruled. It's
Relevance.
Judge, may I argue?
No, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Okay. Did you have any further interaction with JJ at that point?
Just one more time. He had a box and he was cutting windows and doors in it, making a little toy house out of a cardboard box.
Did you try to talk to him on that occasion?
I did.
Any interaction with him then?
No.
I think you already mentioned Chad was at this meeting or gathering.
He showed up at least 2 or 3 times. He was kind of in and out.
Do you recall what span of time were you staying at Lori's apartment on this occasion?
Friday night through Monday morning.
So roughly 3 days?
Yes.
So when you said that Chad was in and out, approximately how many times was Chad coming over that you recall?
I can recall twice for sure. It may have been a third time, but it's.
When he came, how long would he stay?
Maybe a half hour to an hour. It was never long.
Did you have any conversations with Chad while he was there?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to when these meetings supposedly took place?
Wixom.
Certainly. When do you recall, the best you can by month and year, that you were at Lori's house on this occasion?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Best you can remember, can you let the jury know what month and year were you at Lori's house on this occasion?
Oh, September 2019.
And so back to the question about Chad. What do you remember talking to Chad about when he first?
Judge, again, I'm going to renew my foundation. We don't know which day of the week we're talking about since this was a 4-day weekend.
Well, I think that's more appropriate for cross, so
Okay.
it is vague, but Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you. When's the first time over the course of the weekend that you can remember that Chad came over? Do you remember what day of that weekend it was?
It was the weekend, September 20 to 23, or 19 to 23, or 19 to 22, I mean. Whatever that weekend was, I just remember I remember the 23rd, so,
This has been 5 years ago.
yeah.
Do you remember, you said earlier that you were there from Friday to roughly Monday morning.
Yeah.
Do you remember which day of that weekend that you first recalled Chad coming over?
Saturday.
So when Chad came over, explain to the jury what, if any, conversation that you had with him at that time.
That's, they talked about, anyway, that's when I'm trying to remember what the reason was coming over. I don't remember the intent for the reason, but we talked about, that's when I learned about more of their relationship.
What did you learn?
That they were, that they had been together in past lives and that they had a mission to do together.
Did they explain at that time what that mission was together?
Yes.
What was it?
To gather the 144,000.
Did they discuss any more about their personal religious beliefs along that vein?
They just talked about terrestrial buildings that are on this earth that they can see. And
What did you understand that to mean? Did you say terrestrial or terrestrial?
terrestrial.
What did you understand that to mean?
Just what it says.
Did they explain what they thought that meant?
They just said, we want you to come over and we'll show it to you. So, I mean, anyway,
Come over where?
it was at some park next to a church.
So did you leave the apartment and go with them?
Well, we didn't go. We just went over there and met with them there.
So you left the apartment and met them at the park?
Yes.
Who did you meet at the park?
Chad and Lori and Melanie.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to the date or the day of the week and the time that this took place?
Mr. Wixom, it's vague. I'll overrule the objection, but it's up to you.
Do you remember which day of the weekend specifically that you would have gone to meet them at the park?
Sunday.
When you got to the park, what happened?
We just walked around the park and they described the building.
What did they describe?
About a 2-story building made of stone and arches, and that's about all I can recall.
You don't recall any specifics about the significance of the building or anything like that?
I don't.
Could you see a building the same place they were saying it was located?
No.
What did you see?
A beautiful park.
Did you perceive in any way, through your own observation, whether or not you thought Chad and Lori thought this building was there?
No.
No, you didn't perceive it?
No, I didn't perceive that. I didn't perceive that they were seeing the building. Is that what you mean?
That's my question, yes.
I'm sorry. Honestly,
Judge, non-responsive.
sorry.
Sustained.
Sir, could you tell if Chad and Lori thought the building was there?
They talked like they did, but I didn't feel any truth in it.
Did they give you any reason why they were telling you about this or trying to show you this building?
And no, there was never really any reason explained. I think they were just trying to get my confidence,
What do you mean by that?
get me familiar with what they were doing and to
What-
get,
What was your perception about why they were trying to get you familiar with what they were doing?
my perception was At the time, I honestly didn't know what to expect. I was just kind of following along. But as I felt like they were just trying for me to be familiar with them and what they have and their gifts, so that I can be confident or more, I'm not sure if I'm coming up with the right word. More of an assurance that what they are doing is true. Kind of like trying to witness what they have.
Prior to walking around this park, at any time on Friday or Saturday, had you expressed anything back to Chad about any of these teachings or beliefs that were being discussed?
I just talked to him about Satan and the evil spirits. They don't have that power. It's not going to be given them, and that the gathering of 144,000, that would be done by the prophet or somebody called under his authority.
Would it be fair to say that you'd explain to them that you weren't really accepting these beliefs?
Yeah.
Now, during this weekend, at any time, did you observe anything about Chad and Lori's interaction with each other that gave you any clues about the relationship?
They were more affectionate.
In what regard?
He walked up behind her and put his arms around her.
Anything else?
I think there was a kiss on the cheek. There was some head rubbing.
Anything about that aspect of their relationship that bothered you that weekend?
Yes.
What was it that bothered you?
That he was still married to Tammy.
Did you ever confront him about that?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I just asked him about his marriage to Tammy, if she was, was she happy? Was he happy with her? Was she a good wife? Was she a good mother?
How'd he respond?
He said, yes, she was very good. And he said that she was good.
Anything else in that conversation specifically?
Well, they said that Lori was going to be his next wife. They'd been married before and they're going to fulfill this mission together, and that he had a dream that Tammy was going to be passing by the time he was 50 or 51.
Did you have anything further that you said to him about that?
I just, not that I can recall. I know we talked more, but I can't recall I just felt uncomfortable that you'd have a call like that and you're still married.
Now, when you say a call like that, can you explain to the jury what you mean by a call like that?
The call that he was called to gather the 144,000.
So did you have any interactions with Chad that you can recall on Sunday of that weekend? I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. After you got back from the park, did you have any further interaction with Chad that weekend?
Yes.
What was that interaction?
He said that there was 80 acres for sale over there by his place. And I have an associate that once wanted to do a development in Rexburg. And so he told me about this 80 acres that would be a good place to do it. And I just told him, I said, well, I don't have time. It's Sunday. I don't do business on Sunday, but I said, I'll go ahead and drive by it and just see if I get any vibes. And then talk to this associate of mine down in Utah about it.
What did you mean by see if you get any vibes? What did that mean?
Just to see if it felt like a good place to do a development.
As a builder, does this happen with you sometimes? Do people come?
Yes.
And then how did that interaction end when you went over and looked at the property?
Yeah, we went over there we followed Alex over. He took us to where it was, and we just got out and we were just looking at the property and getting ready to leave. And then Chad and a guy that he was serving with in church, a realtor named Ron, they showed up.
Any more conversation with Chad while you were there at the property?
Nah, he just wanted Ron to meet me, and then Ron wanted to go over the deal, and I just said, just send me emails on it. I don't want to talk about it today.
When you were done looking at his property, did you eventually go back to Lori's apartment?
Yes.
Did you have more conversation with Chad then at the apartment?
Not that I can recall.
At any point over this weekend, did Chad ever suggest that you would have any role in this 144,000 gathering?
Yes.
When did that occur? Remember what day?
I believe that was on Saturday.
And what was that conversation?
That I was to assist him in gathering the 144,000. And that's actually when I said, well, that would be a call that would come from a prophet. And two, I knew that my life, even if that call existed, my life is not in order to be able to do something like that.
Mr. Wixom, I'm going to suggest we take our mid-afternoon break at this time, just give them time.
Certainly.
So we'll go ahead and try to come back on around quarter till, 10 till if possible, to give the jurors enough time to take a break, and we'll come back on for remaining testimony.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thanks.
All right, please.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to that again. That was a lot of information. Okay. All right, KJ, I can do that. I was thinking I wanted to do that, but hold on.
Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So you think December of 2019, Judge, am I permitted to go forward?
Calling David Warwick.
Very well.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, Mr. Warwick, have you viewed or listened in on any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed your testimony with anyone else?
no.
Very well.
Warwick.
Will you spell it for the reporter, please?
Oh, spell it. Sorry. David. Dalewarwick.
Thank you. And Mr. Warwick, where do you live?
Pleasant Grove, Utah,
What do you do for a living?
a general contractor.
I'm going to ask you some questions, drawing your attention back to roughly 5 years ago. Are you familiar with the name Chad Daybell?
Yes.
How are you familiar with his name?
I think since 2012, if I recall.
When did you first become familiar, or how did you first become familiar with his name?
There was a book that he had done done a book with Julie Rowe. And I just knew that he was the author or publisher of that.
At any point in time, did you have any contact with Mr. Daybell?
At that time?
At any point in time?
Yes.
When did you first have contact?
He reached out to me to wanting to do a book with me.
Do you recall approximately when that occurred?
2015 is what I'm thinking that was.
How did he reach out to you?
He's communicated. He's called me, he's texted me and emailed me, and I just can't remember which one was first.
Had you ever initiated any of that contact?
No.
What was your reaction to his request that you write a book?
I just said I needed to think about it, and because of the content, I needed approval from above.
Okay. So did you decide ultimately to write a book for him?
No.
After that initial contact, however it came, did he continue to reach out to you to request this?
Yes.
How often did he reach out to you?
Probably 3 or 4 times over a year.
How did he do that?
Text and email mainly. I think we only had 1 phone call.
What was your reaction to those continued requests?
I just said no.
At any point in time, did you ever have any personal contact with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that first happening?
The first time was at a meeting in Rigby, Idaho.
And tell the jury about this meeting. What was the meeting?
It's they were having a meeting about priesthood power and dealing with the darkness of this world and evil.
Who was having the meeting?
John Miller.
And approximately when did this meeting occur?
If I remember right, it was fall of 2015.
And why did you have occasion to attend that meeting?
Because John Miller reached out to me.
Did you
ask me to come?
Did you know Mr. Miller before this?
I did not.
Did you have any understanding why Mr. Miller had reached out to you?
Yes, I had done a few firesides, and anyway, so people got to know me through others that way, and so he reached out to me thinking that I would be interested in this.
I think you indicated that this meeting occurred in Rigby, Idaho.
Yes.
And where in Rigby was this meeting?
Where? It was at his home.
Do you recall who all was in attendance at the meeting?
Not everybody. Most of the people I didn't know.
Who do you recall and was at the meeting?
John Miller, Larry Hilton, Tom Harrison, Bob Walker, Hector Sosa. Now, some of these guys I met because we carpooled up. So that's why I remember their names. But then the others that were there, that's where I met Chad.
When you were at this meeting, did you have any occasion to have a conversation with Chad?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what was the conversation about and how did that come to be?
He just came up and said that he was going to go to his house, and he wanted me to come over. He said Julie Rowe and a few of her associates were coming, and they actually showed up at this meeting too. And anyway, I said, "No, I'm not here. I'm here for this meeting." And I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay because I was asked to be at this meeting by the host. So
What was Chad specifically asking of you?
he just asked me to come with him.
And did you eventually do that?
Yeah, so he went and talked to John Miller, and they were having a lunch break. And John said, "Yeah, go ahead and go. It'll be okay. Just, we can just resume when you get back."
At that point, did you want to go?
No, I didn't, but there was some curiosity to what's going on. So, but I just went out of respect.
And where did you go?
We went to Chad's home
Where was his home located?
in Rexburg.
What did you do at his home?
We walked around his property, and this is the first time I had met Julie Rowe also. And basically she was helped telling him how the property was to be laid out and organized for tents to be set up and a building to be built for preparations.
Why did Julie Rowe explain this information? What was her basis of understanding?
My understanding is she had a vision, or she was having visions. I wasn't informed on the details of what was going on. It was more of a meet and get acquainted.
Did you recall meeting anybody else at that meeting besides Ms. Rowe? Let me withdraw that and be clear. While at Chad's property, do you recall meeting anybody else besides being there with Chad and Ms. Rowe?
Yeah, there were several other men there, but I don't recall their names.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Chad's wife?
Yes.
And who was that you met?
Tammy.
When did you meet Tammy?
When we were in their living room, Chad had her come out and introduced us to his wife.
Was that at the same meeting that you were there with Julie Rowe that Chad had brought you to?
Yes.
Did Tammy participate in the conversation or walking around the property?
No, she didn't.
Any understanding why she did not do that?
I just didn't feel like she was interested, but that was just my feelings.
How did that meeting eventually end?
When we got done walking around the property, we just left and went back to John Miller's.
Did you have any other interaction with Chad at that point, at that meeting?
No.
Do you recall any other occasions that you met Chad personally after that meeting?
Yes.
When's the next time that you recall having met with him personally?
There was a conference in Brigham City, Utah that I was asked to speak at, and Chad was there.
To the best you can recall, approximately when was that conference?
2017 is my guess. That's the best that would be my guess. I don't remember exactly.
But it was after your meeting at John Miller's house?
Yes.
What was your interaction with Chad at that conference?
We just talked. I saw him over there at his booth when we had a break, and I went and just talked with him for a few minutes.
Anything of note in the conversation?
No.
Did you have any impressions at that point of Chad's just general nature and his demeanor?
No, he's just, Chad's always been very, very kind, very meek.
Anything else about the way he conducted himself or interacted with people at that point in time?
No.
When's the next time that you recall seeing Chad in person?
At Lori Vallow's house in Chandler, Arizona.
And when did that happen?
August of 2019.
What was your occasion for being at that meeting?
Lori, I was with Melanie and we were doing a couple firesides in Arizona. And Lori called when we were coming back down from the northern Arizona and said, "Hey, we got some friends here. We'd like you." They wanted her to bring me over to meet me. So they said they were just having like a luncheon. She had prepared food and just asked us to come and stop by.
When you say Melanie, are we speaking of your spouse?
Yes.
And who is your wife, just to clarify for the jury?
Who's what?
Who is your wife? What's Melanie?
Yeah.
What was Melanie's last name at the time?
Oh, sorry, Gibb. Sorry.
And you're still married?
Yes.
So who do you recall being at that luncheon or that meeting at Lori's house?
Chad, Lori, Melanie Boudreaux, I think was her name. Alex Cox, Zilima, and then there was a lady there named Julie.
Was it the same Julie Rowe?
No.
During that meeting, was there any conversation that occurred?
Yeah, it was sitting around a table and eating food, and conversation was happening while we were eating.
Anything else? What was the general subject of the conversation while you were at the meeting?
That they were talking about the 144,000 and about the gathering of the 144,000. And
I'm going to pause you there for the jury's sake. When you say they were talking about it, who was talking about the 144,000?
Chad and Lori, but they were all talking about it. It was not really a formal meeting. It was kind of a lot of conversation. And I was just picking up on what they were talking about.
To the best you can recall, what things do you remember Chad or Lori saying about the 144,000?
That they were responsible to gather them. It was their call.
Now, were these things that just one of them was saying? Let me withdraw that. Was Chad saying these things?
I don't remember which one was saying it.
But one of the two?
I would say it was one of the two because they were the host of this meeting.
Any reason to think that they both weren't embracing or believing whatever it is that they were talking about?
Yeah. Yes.
Anything else that came up in that conversation besides the 144,000?
They talked about they all have these special gifts they were given and what they were gonna. They talked about they had multiple lives and done things in previous lives.
When you talk about these special gifts, did they elaborate at all on these special gifts?
It was yeah, there was. I just remember a couple. One was had power over the elements of the earth and had to be in certain places a certain time to facilitate whatever God was doing.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but could I have some foundation as to exactly which one of these guests was that talking about that?
Mr. Rickson.
Thank you. Awesome question, Judge. So you just mentioned this gift about power over the elements. Do you recall for the jury, who was it at this meeting that had those types of powers?
Zilima.
Were there any other special powers that were mentioned at the meeting?
And yeah, that I can recall, no. I remember Alex was he either knew or he was told that he was the angel that came to stop Laman and Lemuel when Nephi was being smitten.
Is that an LDS reference?
Yes.
What did Alex think about that or say about that particular belief?
He felt good because he was doing something good. He felt good that he was a good guy.
And during that meeting, did Chad ever discuss with you any role that he might want you to have in this gathering?
At that time, I don't think he did. I think it was for me just to get acquainted.
Did you have any discussions with him about your reaction to some of those things that were being taught?
Yes.
What discussion did you have with him about that?
But that if somebody's gonna have the position to call the 144,000, that I felt like that would be a prophet of God that would have that responsibility.
Is it fair to say that you didn't believe that Chad was a prophet of God at that point?
No,
At any point?
no.
So did you tend to agree with some of those teachings that Chad was engaging in that day?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization.
I can respond. to
Oh,
that.
it's overruled. Go ahead.
Did you have any disagreement? I'm sorry, let me withdraw that. You can ask the question if you remember what it was.
I'm sorry,
I'll re-ask it. Did you agree or disagree generally with the things that Chad and others were teaching at that meeting?
I disagreed.
Do you remember specifically, besides the issue of a prophet, anything else that you disagreed with?
Yeah, they did. They talked about Satan having power to push people out of their bodies and taking possession of them. And then the person's spirit would be stuck in limbo. They couldn't go forward because the body was still alive.
Did you discuss that teaching with Chad at all?
Yeah, I just said Satan was never allowed that power because that's something he wanted to do from the beginning. And God put a boundary there so he could not do that.
So you didn't believe these things, is that
No.
fair? Okay. During that meeting, did you notice anything about the way Chad and Lori interacted with one another?
They seemed really close. I mean, they were, they were really friendly with one another.
When you said really close and friendly, could you describe that more for the jury?
Well, I just noticed when Lori brought the food to the table, she kind of leaned on him as she put his plate down.
What did that indicate to you?
Affection.
For speculation.
Judge,
Sustained.
did you notice anything else about their behavior that indicated to you anything about their relationship?
No.
Had you ever met Lori before that meeting?
No.
And was there another time that you interacted with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that occurring?
It was September of 2019.
And what was that occasion?
I was at Lori's house to do a podcast with Lori and Melanie. And so I was there for that weekend and Chad came over.
When you said you were at Lori's house, where was that at?
It was in Rexburg.
Did you get invited to come?
Yes.
And were you in Idaho for any other reason at that point?
We had just moved my son up to Pocatello, Idaho. So I was coming up to see them and I was coming up for the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference. And then, and Melanie and Lori had been wanting to do a podcast. And so I just kind of made a weekend of it. And my plan was to stay in a hotel in Idaho Falls to be in between both places. But Melanie invited me and said, Lori said, stay here. Don't need to put money in a hotel. We got an extra room for you. So.
And that was in reference to Lori's place?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe Lori's place that you went and stayed at, so the jury has an understanding of the layout?
It was when you walked in, there was a living room and a kitchen, just one room, and then a stairs on the right that went up to the bedrooms and bathrooms.
And When you arrived, who do you recall being at her apartment?
Lori and Alex and Melanie.
What about children? Were there children there?
JJ.
Did you have any occasion to interact with JJ when you arrived there?
Yes, I tried a couple of times. He was sitting on the couch playing games, and so I tried to just get to know him a little bit, but he was pretty into his game.
Did he respond to you then, or?
No.
And do you have any special needs children yourself, Mr. Warwick?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I have a Down syndrome
Let me
boy
object. What's the
with
relevance of this?
autism.
Hold on. There's a
Oh,
pending
sorry.
objection. I haven't ruled. It's
Relevance.
Judge, may I argue?
No, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Okay. Did you have any further interaction with JJ at that point?
Just one more time. He had a box and he was cutting windows and doors in it, making a little toy house out of a cardboard box.
Did you try to talk to him on that occasion?
I did.
Any interaction with him then?
No.
I think you already mentioned Chad was at this meeting or gathering.
He showed up at least 2 or 3 times. He was kind of in and out.
Do you recall what span of time were you staying at Lori's apartment on this occasion?
Friday night through Monday morning.
So roughly 3 days?
Yes.
So when you said that Chad was in and out, approximately how many times was Chad coming over that you recall?
I can recall twice for sure. It may have been a third time, but it's
When he came, how long would he stay?
maybe a half hour to an hour. It was never long.
Did you have any conversations with Chad while he was there?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to when these meetings supposedly took place?
Wixom.
Certainly. When do you recall, the best you can by month and year, that you were at Lori's house on this occasion?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Best you can remember, can you let the jury know what month and year were you at Lori's house on this occasion?
Oh, September 2019.
And so back to the question about Chad. What do you remember talking to Chad about when he first?
Judge, again, I'm going to renew my foundation. We don't know which day of the week we're talking about since this was a 4-day weekend.
Well, I think that's more appropriate for cross, so
Okay.
it is vague, but Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you. When's the first time over the course of the weekend that you can remember that Chad came over? Do you remember what day of that weekend it was?
It was the weekend, September 20 to 23 or 19 to 23 or 19 to 22. I mean, whatever that weekend was, I just remember I remember the 23rd. So
This has been 5 years ago.
yeah.
Do you remember, you said earlier that you were there from Friday to roughly Monday morning.
Yeah.
Do you remember which day of that weekend that you first recalled Chad coming over?
Saturday.
So when Chad came over, explain to the jury what, if any, conversation that you had with him at that time.
They talked about, anyway, that's when I try to remember what the reason was coming over. I don't remember the intent for the reason, but we talked about that's when I learned about more of their relationship.
What did you learn?
That they were that they had been together in past lives, and that they had a mission to do together.
Did they explain at that time what that mission was together?
Yes.
What was it?
To gather the 144,000.
Did they discuss any more about their personal religious beliefs along that vein?
They just talked about terrestrial buildings that are on this earth that they can see. And
What did you understand?
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we can have the jurors brought back in, please. All right, great.
Here's all further account for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Parties are present as well as the defense. Mr. Warwick's on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. Mr. Wixom, continuing on direct examination. You may proceed, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, I want to draw your attention back to that Sunday afternoon and evening after you looked at the property. When you came back, did you have any other interaction at all with JJ?
no,
Did you see him in the apartment that day?
I believe he was there Sunday afternoon when we came back.
Thinking back to the last time that you saw JJ, when was it that day? What time of day was it?
It was probably about 10:30 at night.
And what do you recall seeing him doing when you last saw him?
Alex came in the front door and he had JJ in his arms and he carried him upstairs and put him to bed. And JJ, was asleep. So
Now, at some point in that evening, did you do a podcast?
yeah, we did that Sunday night.
About what time of night, best you can recall?
And we started like 7:30 and we were just finishing it up when Alex brought JJ home.
And who all was at the podcast and participating?
Melanie and Lori and myself.
Was Chad there at that time?
No.
And where in the apartment did you do the podcast?
In Lori's kitchen.
So was the podcast happening before you saw Alex bring JJ in and take him upstairs?
Yes.
And then you slept in that apartment that night, correct?
Yes.
About what time did you go to bed?
Probably 11 o'clock, 11:30, right in there.
To the best that you understood, who else was at the apartment that night?
Lori and Melanie, JJ and myself.
I don't think I asked this before, but at any point during the weekend, did you ever see Tylee at the apartment?
No,
Ever see her around anywhere?
no.
When you got up the next morning, did you have any more interactions with Lori?
Yes.
And what were those interactions?
We came downstairs. I came downstairs getting ready to leave for Pocatello. So I just went to say goodbye to Lori and JJ. And Lori was in the kitchen and she was a little dramatic. And I just said, well, we're leaving. I'd like to say goodbye to JJ. And she said, oh, he was out of control. And I had to have Alex come and get him.
So, Mr. Warwick, other than what she said, you just used the word dramatic. What did you mean by that?
She just seemed really talking fast and nervous. Just kind of, when I meant by dramatic, she explained that he climbed up on the cabinets in the fridge and got on top of the upper cabinets. And it just her explanation of how JJ was acting was what I would say was dramatic.
Was it different than your other interactions with Lori?
Yeah.
Did she say anything else about him climbing up on the cabinets? JJ?
No, she had a picture of Christ on the upper cabinet, and he said that he went up there and pushed that down.
Now, did that seem accurate to you, her account of what had happened with JJ climbing on the cabinets?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't see any broken parts on the cabinet. I didn't see any scuffs on the fridge. And the crown on the top, if he would have got up there, that crown would have just pulled off.
Is cabinet crowning something you're familiar with as a builder?
Yes.
Did you get a close observation of the crown on the cabinet then?
Yeah.
Did you say anything about this to Lori?
No, I just said, well, she said that he was having a possession attack. And so I said, well, I'd really like to see him. And she said, no, Alex has got him and he's taking care of him.
When she said he's having a possession attack, did she say anything else about that aspect of it?
No, just she just said she just couldn't handle it.
Your Honor, can I have just one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't believe I have any more questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rickson. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Mr. Warwick, you previously mentioned that you were married to Melanie Gibb.
Yes.
Okay. What was the date of the marriage?
December 10th, 2020.
Close and around the time of all of these occurrences. Would that be fair?
Yes. Well, a year later, I guess.
Okay. And when did you first meet Miss Gibb?
Um, at a conference that at UVU.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember the date.
That's okay. Just take your time. We're not in a hurry.
Okay. Met her at a conference. I think it was I don't remember the year. It's probably 2000, 2012 or 2013 or 14, somewhere in there.
Okay. And then approximately when did the two of you start dating?
We started in August of 2019.
Now, at the time, you had mentioned that it sort of offended you that Mr. Daybell was married and was seeing someone even though he was still legally married, right?
Well, in relation to the things that they were, like the beliefs that they were, didn't match up.
The beliefs didn't match up.
Well, what they were saying they were doing about their calling and then seeing each other
Okay.
didn't match up. That's
Inconsistent. He was-
yeah. It's you
he
just
haven't- I'm sorry.
yeah. Nope. I'm done. Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay. So what he was preaching wasn't consistent with the way he was acting. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay, but at the time you started dating Miss Gibb, you were still married too, weren't you?
Yeah. My divorce was just getting finalized.
But you started dating her while you were still legally married, weren't you?
Well, I made the mistake. I thought I was doing the 30-day waiver
Okay.
on, for the time.
Mhm.
And, but I didn't understand that the judge needed another 60 days after the 30 days.
So
And I'd already paid for two plane tickets to have some time with her in August with my son, Nicholas. And so we just went forward and went, and did those two things for August.
Right. So in other words, you traveled, so when you met her in August of 2019, you were already planning on going on a vacation with her, is that right?
No, not a vacation.
What was it?
One was the Zion's it was called the Zion's Camp. It's a kind of educational camp.
Okay.
And I wanted to see how she would do with my son, Nicholas.
Okay. And
I was taking care of my son, Nicholas. That was the whole reason for the divorce, because my wife at the time, it was too much. We had him with us for several weeks. And so I don't have time. I don't know how much time you want for the details, but that was the whole motivation was,
you divorced your wife because she wasn't taking proper care of your son, Nicholas, and it's all about Nicholas, right?
no, we mutually agreed. We
Okay.
did not want a divorce, but we needed to get Nicholas out of the home that he was in because he was suffering some abuses there.
Okay.
If you'd like to go into more, I'd be happy to.
We don't have to.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't
That's
want to go
fine,
into this
okay.
much, but I just wanted to clarify a few things that were of a concern, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about an organization called the Seven Gatherers. You're familiar with that, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, your wife isn't a member of the Seven Gatherers, right?
I don't know anything about Seven Gatherers.
Okay, thank you. Now, both of you go to various camps and conferences and meetings and speak about religious subjects. Is that fair?
Yes.
And both of you have I don't want to use the term expertise, a knowledge of certain areas of religious beliefs. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And your particular area of knowledge is in what?
It's about, there was the conversion, my conversion to Christ and his church, and the gifts and dreams and visions that came afterwards.
Okay. So when we talk about that, let's cut this down a little bit to really what we're, so these folks understand. It's really about, you go to these camps in rural, these fireside chats is what they're talking about, or mentioned as, correct? Fireside chats?
Yes, I would be a speaker at the fireside, one of the firesides at the camp.
And the subject that you would discuss would be visions that you have that you would want to translate to them and talk to these people at these fireside chats about these various visions and experiences, premonitions that you have.
No, it was about my conversion and the faith, and then the fruits of that faith.
Oh, you've
It was
never,
to build faith. It
Oh.
was the dreams and visions were not necessarily discussed at the camps in much detail. There's many aspects to dreams and visions about many topics. So it was about, the whole purpose was to help inspire people to seek God, to seek his truth, in relationship with the Holy Ghost, bearing witness of that truth.
okay. So the fact that you experience these visions and you have these visions, that's not necessarily what you're talking to these people about, but you do in fact have made various representations about visions that you've had over the years. Is that right?
Yes.
And some of these visions have included being invaded by foreign powers, right?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
It's a late objection. It's already been answered. You
I'm sorry,
continue,
Judge, I missed that.
I overrule the objection because it wasn't timely.
Okay, all right, thank you, Judge. And some of these visions deal with religious matters as well.
Yes.
And that's something that you've gone to conferences to speak about as well, right?
And aspects.
Right.
It just
Okay.
depending on the topics and then whatever I felt right in my heart that was allowed to be.
And really, it's your experience in your it's your experience in your LDS faith that you're trying to communicate with these people and talk about these conversions and things that you've experienced as part of your understanding of your LDS faith.
Objection, Your Honor. Rule 610.
Judge, could we approach and have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, council, we are back on the record on CR 2221-1623. The court had a sidebar to make an evidentiary ruling outside presence of the jurors. I sustain an objection and I'll ask the jurors to disregard the previous question. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
So, Mr. Warwick, we were on the subject of visions, and that you explained to me that these visions are only a small part of what you lecture at these fireside mountain retreats and at these conferences and at these meetings. Is that fair?
Yes.
And part of these visions is consistent with your faith, right?
Yes.
So if you were to have these various visions about certain events, that's not something that's particularly inconsistent with your faith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Chad Daybell were to have visions of certain events, that's not necessarily inconsistent with his faith either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit because I'm a little unclear. There's been some testimony about what vibrations are. Do you understand the term vibrations?
I understand the term, but I don't understand the context.
Okay, the context is in a religious context, that you get some sort of feedback that has a religious perspective to it. So in that context, do you understand or have had familiarity with that process?
Yes.
Okay, what is that experience or knowledge that you have as it relates to vibrations?
Not understanding what you're after, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, well, in a religious context, you know, have you participated in meetings or gatherings that dealt with the subject of vibrations?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Has your wife gone on seminars and spoke about, while you were there, about this theory and idea of vibrations?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. Then what is your wife's been as well has been called to a number of places to speak as well as a guest at a number of places, correct?
Yes.
And it's similar topics, but hers has a little bit of a slant. What's her area of knowledge?
This is more about believing and overcoming unbelief.
Okay, and be more specific if you could.
Okay.
Like in what way? Overcoming non-belief? What do you mean?
Well, she did health. Actually, hers was more on health. The ones that I've seen, because she does foot reflexology.
Okay.
And teaches about the body, and works with the nerves through the feet.
Okay. All right.
Because a lot of the speaking things that she had done, I was not involved with. A lot of that had happened before we got together.
And the items that she would talk about.
I'd never witnessed what she spoke about.
By the way, Mr. Warwick, please don't just interject in your
Sorry.
response in the middle of anyone else talking. It's difficult for the court reporter.
And Mr. Warwick, I'm going to be guilty of that too a couple of times. So we'll try to be patient with each other. Okay.
Okay.
So when you say before you met her, she's been speaking about religious topics before you folks even met, right?
Yes.
And you guys met again when?
Officially, we met the end of May 2019.
Okay. But unofficially, you met well before that in what, 2012?
Yeah, she was in the line of people, and they just came up to tell me that they appreciated the talk that I gave. That was it.
And prior to May of 2019, she engaged in the same sort of speaking circuit. She would go to these fireside retreats and she would do these conferences well before she ever met Chad Daybell, right?
Yeah, but she wasn't, from my understanding, she was not a speaker for years. She just they organized some podcast. I can't remember the name of it right now. Anyway, and that's what that's what they were mainly doing, was podcast. I never recall I'd ever seen her speak at any of these events.
Okay. So she would organize these events and she would sort of gather these people and bring the groups together to talk about these various religious subjects, right?
Religious and health and child, raising children. There was multiple things that she's let me know that she's been doing.
Which one of you talked at these preparedness camps about and you know what I'm talking about, these preparedness camps that you would go up to, right? And what exactly were they preparing for?
Oh, they just basically teaching you how to different ways to be self-reliant through growing food, have energy, and it was any topic to be prepared so that when tribulations, or you're able to provide and be able to do better serve. I there's all kinds of things about how to cook and how to set up camps, all kinds of.
Right. You weren't teaching about cooking, right?
What's that?
You weren't teaching about cooking, right?
Nope.
You weren't teaching
I
about.
didn't teach. I just gave a fireside. I just shared my story of my conversion.
And your visions to some extent.
To some extent, there'll be some that would come up, but not much on a
Right.
camp like that.
About some of the things that you predicted that would happen in the future, right?
Not that I'd predict, not it was what I was shown.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake there.
Yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, right. It's not you that are making these. They aren't predictions. They're, and please forgive me. You put the right word on it. They're premonitions about things that you saw that you believe you need to share with other people. Is that fair?
No.
They're visions of things that you see that are brought to you some way, and that you believe are things that would occur in the future. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've heard the term light and dark. Are you familiar with those terms?
Yes.
Light and dark, would you agree with me that the term light and dark are synonymous with the words good and evil?
Yeah. Yes.
They could be interchanged.
Yes.
And it just depends really on your how you're brought up, what terms your family's using. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Some families will say, this is good and this is evil. Other families would say, this is light and this is dark. Would you agree with that?
I've never heard the light and dark explained that way. I've always heard that they just say this is good and evil.
Okay.
I've never heard explained the way you just said it.
Okay, but you've heard the terms light and dark.
Mm-hmm.
And the light and dark term is in at least your faith is referenced a number of times in your faith.
Yes.
We can go back and show you well, you're aware of that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So that's not a foreign term to you, the term light and dark, right?
Right.
Okay, that's part of your faith, right?
It's part of life.
Right. All right, well.
I wasn't raised, I didn't have faith, and I knew about light and dark way before faith.
Okay. And Mr. Daybell and you share at least the same faith generally in the beginning, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Daybell would be familiar with the term light and dark. He's spoken to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But the area that I'm confused is the area called portals. Have you heard that term?
Yes.
Okay. And was teaching about dark portals, was that something your wife would ever do?
I don't know. I never heard her teach.
Okay. So you don't know if she's teaching anybody about a dark portal or a light portal or any kind of portal, right?
Right.
Okay. Judge, this might be a place where we can gather up again. It's up to the court. I can either go on or whatever the court prefers.
All right, I know it feels like we've had breaks today, but I'm pretty committed to keeping our jurors on the schedule that we've determined. So we are going to take our break for the day, we'll conclude and continue on with further cross tomorrow. Before we conclude, just a few things. Mr. Warwick, I'll be asking you again in the morning if you've reviewed any of this trial testimony or anything. So you're still subject to that exclusionary order. For the jurors, again, the admonishment, please don't do anything to review or investigate the case in any way. If you see any news coverage, footage, et cetera, don't try to avert your attention from that, I should say. Don't discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once your deliberations have begun. And with that, I appreciate your attentiveness today. We're going to go ahead and recess for the evening, and we'll begin again tomorrow morning again at 8:30 as well. All right, we're in recess.
All right. Thank you.
Well, so I guess it's gonna be David Warwick back on the stand tomorrow. So we're gonna do it again tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. KJ and the Ray has said that she's gonna have no, David was not released. He was not released. Lamisha, she has already gone for the day, but she might put on a thing tonight. I'm not sure, but we want to go and support KJ and the Ray. She said about 7, she's going to put on a video and she's going to give her thoughts on all this David Warwick stuff. And so we want to be there for it. And so I want to encourage everybody to go see KJ and then meet us back here in the morning, like Sugar Butt Starburst said, we'll all meet back here in the morning. And we got to remember that we're here for the family. We're here for justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, and Joe, and Tammy. Oh my gosh. And love always wins. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning or over on KJ's in a few hours. Bye.